Our quorum, so I'm recording now in progress. Thank you. I'll go ahead and call to order our Rural Counties Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority Board of Directors meeting for Thursday, August 20th, 2026. And we have actually quite an agenda today, so we're going to just go right to it. And if any of our presenters aren't available right away, we might move things around on the agenda. So I just ask everybody to be ready for a little flexibility with that. Oh, and also just so you know, I have to leave a little bit early at 11:45. So Rhonda, my vice chair, is here and she'll just take over and it'll be seamless. You won't even notice. Let me check in with the land bell folks.
John is coming on right now.
Oh, John's coming on right now. Okay, very good timing. That's perfect. And we have Patrick Gibbs. Are you also there with the land bell too?
I'm here.
Perfect. So we'll just give, and John's on.
Morning.
There you go. So we're going to give it over to you guys to do your presentation.
Wonderful. Yeah, we're looking forward to this, and thanks for having us. I'm just trying to find the share button.
Okay.
We're so not used to Zoom. Everything's Teams.
Oh, you guys. Okay. Yeah, they're very different environments.
Great. I found it, and thank you.
You got it? Okay.
Thank you.
And let me pull up this deck, and let me know if you can see.
We're seeing it.
Wonderful. Perfect. Okay. Off to a flying start. First of all, thanks. We had attended the first meeting or the previous meeting in person. So wonderful to be here, but virtually. And have quite a few updates to go through, and really excited. And again, thank you so much for letting us participate. So first off, we wanted to cover sort of the producer registration aspect of this entire program, because that's what really drives the actual PRO. So our producer registration, so those covered producers who signed up for the program are far less than our expectation right now. So for some background context, we anticipated somewhere in the neighborhood of 30,000 covered producers who were obliged to sign up for the program. And a significant number of those we anticipated would be signing up by the legislative due date of July 1. And informatively, our sign-up process and our funding model really that had been put into our application and that we have operationally deployed, I might add, was that each producer who signed up for the program would pay a flat fee of $1,000 each. So our current registration tally is 1,039, with 875 of those being paid. So well under forecasted sign-up tally and well under cash flow as a result. We feel the main driver of this, really the low registration, is being driven by a lawsuit that some of you might be aware of, brought by the American Association of Footwear and Apparel, who is challenging the regulator's decision to approve Landbell USA as the pro. We are named as a party of interest, but the producers know about this case, right? And we really continue to have broad outreach to every single association. I believe in total we have reached over 100 associations and various vectors to reach as many producers as humanly possible, to do a few things. Number one, raise awareness of the actual program and of the statute with the legislative deadline bolded and underlined. And we are going to continue that outreach and that aggressive sort of communication. But as a result, we've had a lower than anticipated sign up, and as a result, a little bit or a lot less revenue than we had forecast. So we believe that a lot of these producers have their finger on the pulse of this case, and will sign up when it's resolved and they know that this program is going. Landbell is the pro, which we don't think is going to be challenged anyway in terms of a final solution. So we're undergoing a little bit of operational thrash right now and difficulties and I wouldn't call them difficulties, just challenges. And we are very hopeful and almost confident that these numbers are going to spike, okay, when that case is resolved. And so on to needs assessment. So we have outsourced the needs assessment to a very capable contractor who we've been working with since June. The report is due to Cal Recycle, the regulator, on March 1, 2027. We have a very tight runway on this to achieve that, but our workflow has been very fast and efficient with the team. Some of the things we're undergoing really is first of all, the baseline studies, actively building a baseline material flow model, mapping post-consumer textiles, and really synergizing multiple top-tier composition data sets, a variety of them, and our outreach packages and our stakeholder lists and survey materials are really fully developed and refined already in the first couple of months. We've really taken a smart two-tiered approach here, using surveys for broad industry insights and really direct expert interviews, building a really deep operational data sets on these. We're also undergoing end market studies right now. We've already mapped out priority destinations outside the U.S. and are working really on how much that is, where they're going, and as importantly, really, what are the economic drivers that are making these materials flow that way, to understand that and the effect it has on the local communities, right? Which is part of the needs assessment anyway.
So Patrick,
Yeah.
if I could interrupt, and I'm so sorry, I did not introduce you guys, and I forgot to ask you to kind of. So for those of us that have short memories or weren't here last time, could you back up just really quick and spend like less than a minute, just in a nutshell, telling everybody what Lambell is tasked with doing and what it does? Because again, I'm so sorry, I cannot remember myself, and there are some new faces in the room. So I thought if you could just back up for 1 second, and I apologize for not asking you that sooner.
No problem. No problem at all. So, right. So Lambell USA is a PRO company that does producer responsibility organizations. Our larger group called Lambell Group manages over 40 pros in throughout the world on waste streams, regulated waste streams that cover packaging, electronics, batteries, and a variety of other resources and service offerings that our company does. We're a chemical compliance company. We have a variety of EPR legislative services that we offer. Lambell USA was part of the California competition to become the PRO. Every competitor, I think there was three total, were obliged to submit an application. After a really rigorous judgment panel and process, we were approved to be the PRO. And the PRO has a variety of tasks in front of it. It manages the sign-up process. It manages the cash flow of the operation. It sets up the stewardship program by which the members or producers of the PRO are enabled to be part of and comport with the legislative requirements that SB 707 requires them to do. So Lambell USA will establish and procure the collection system, the sortation systems, the recycling systems, the end market development pathways, the responsible end market pathways, more on that later, as well as a number of other things. We could spend 20 minutes, and I don't want to comment on the conversation.
Perfect. Thank you
All right.
so much. That really helps. And then the stuff that you've already talked about now has context to it. And thank you so much. Sorry about that.
My pleasure, ma'am. And back to the needs assessment portion of this. So we are studying, obviously, I think I ended at end markets. We've already mapped out the priority export destinations and those kinds of things. And consumer participation is incredibly important in terms of education and corralling the entire community into a few things: what the resources are, how they use those resources, and as importantly, why they should. What are the benefits of the community and consumers in engaging with the pros resources, right? Very exciting portion on that. So we've mapped priority, really key drivers for public participation, and really testing smart survey approaches to ensure that we get number one quality info to operationalize and deploy these resources on. We have invited our PRO board, more on that composition in a minute, engagement on this, on the governance front. So actively engaging the board on community leadership across various technical portions of the needs assessment. We want really full and strong alignment on momentum across every level of this project. And so they're thrilled to be involved. We're comprising a committee that's based just on looking at the needs assessment, and our board offering opinions on our progress and these kinds of things. So switching gears here to, we really have developed a really comprehensive and well evangelized Land Bell USA website that has the actual registration portal on it with very strong producer support documents, including FAQs, instructions on how to sign up. It has a page that actually maps our progress on the needs assessment, which we change constantly as progress goes on, and a general resources page, including company contacts, general information about our company, as well as many other attributes. We're really excited to have introduced that. So moving to the next slide. Yeah, so onto the board engagement. We have a pro board, just as a little bit of a background, comprised of very, very strong and diverse producers, including small, medium, and large producers. The larger producers include Target, Gap, Nike, as well as other medium and small producers, very strategically comprised to represent everybody, the whole entire producer community, right? Not just the big boys and girls, but those in the medium and smaller range even. And we've had a recent ad hoc committee on August 10th, so I thought I'd report what current events are to cover current financial topics, which is always front and center. We added a new member to the board, what we call an ex officio member, that is a non-producer member. We added the California Retailers Association President, Rachel Michelin, who many of you might know. Incredible resource and has already really been helpful. Really excited to have her aboard. And we had a resignation already from a very capable woman named Lisa Dunn, who represented Everlane, who some of you might know. Everlane's one of the most sustainable companies in the world in terms of textiles and ratings and these kind of things. But they were recently purchased by Shein, ironically. So they resigned. She resigned. She's not going to appoint another candidate. So, excuse me. We also communicated our new D&O insurance. It's now in place. That was challenging, and it's provided by Lloyd's of London. And we also discussed the establishment and appointment of various committees, including a financial and audits committee. We did some appointments of directors and officers, just general board thrash. Also enabled the ratification of bylaws, which is huge in a nonprofit. Additionally, we proposed face-to-face schedule for the next year. Hopefully, we'll firm that up shortly. So, really doing a lot of great things with the board here, and very, very, very active board we have. And so, on to the legal updates for this AAFA case. So last week the court, let me get this verb straight. They denied emergency injunction request by the AAFA, the American Association of Footwear and Apparel. But there's not a final judgment yet. Our attorneys are incredibly involved in the proceedings, head, hands, and feet, and they're going to impart really any progress as it happens in real time. John, do you want to color that in any other way?
No, I don't think so. This was the second hearing. The emergency injunction was a few weeks back. This was the actual injunction hearing. Court denied it, as Pat said. And we are waiting for the final judgment to understand what, if any, are the next steps. Yeah.
And then switching gears here, we are conducting what's called producer pulse sessions that we're very excited about. They're following each regulatory workshop that CalRecycle is holding. The sessions are really comprised of listening sessions, right, that Landbell USA is conducting. They are open to all of our signed up producers onto the program, so the 1,039. What they're there really to attain is opinions, concerns, areas of interest from the producers. This is a producer responsibility organization, so they really are the core and the heartbeat of this. And so the workshops, and so all of this is going to be included in Landbell USA's writing of the feedback on each of these regulatory workshops on CalRecycle, because they do, that's the intent, is to really offer feedback from the PRO and the producers and all stakeholders, frankly. So we're really excited about conducting that. I'm not sure if any other pro has really done something like that. So we want to sort of think outside the box here, and how can we have the producers front and center and get their opinions heard to the right ears, right? So our first one is going to be kicking off next week, so we're incredibly excited about that. Okay, moving on to the next slide. So obviously there's so many events that are going on that Landbell could go to. And so we really have to do two things. We have to be aggressive and we have to be selective, right? So we've been very aggressive in the past. We've attended the Sustainable Brands Conference in San Diego, the Plastics Conference in San Diego. We've spoke at the Houston Product Stewardship events. We've gone and spoke at the Stockton Waste event. It's called LASAN, sorry. We've been front and center at the Trellis event. We are going to be on the panel in the Southern California Waste Forum in the early fall. We are attending the CRRA Waste Conference, which many of you might be going to. That's next week, I believe. Yeah. We are a panel speaker at a SWANA event in September. We have done presentations for American Outdoor Association of America. We're attending their conference in October. We're working on speaking at the National Retailers Federation conference in January. We're also looking to attend and to speak at the Textile Exchange Conference in Ontario that's coming up. So we've been very aggressive, and it's been a lot of very good sessions that we've been involved in. And switching gears here again, so we're involved in what's called our REM study, which is the responsible end market. So as many of you might have seen, the Circular Action Alliance has developed what's they're referring to as a first draft for responsible end markets standard for recycling of paper, of packaging, and of food serviceware. So we've been following this incredibly closely, all of these developments, with an eye on developing the plan for developing and tailoring a textiles version. So CAA had on early March, a public information session that we did attend. We're also very involved with the National Stewardship Action Council that is sort of formulating with CAA this entire study. So we hope to give you some very encouraging news on that progress on the textile standard the next time we meet. So we're just, again, starting out, but with an eye on developing and tailoring the textiles version. No pun intended there in tailoring.
Mm-hmm.
And coming back up to the, someone got it. So our next face-to-face board meeting and our first advisory committee face-to-face meeting is back-to-back on November 3rd and 4th in Los Angeles, California. So really excited about that. Yeah, we've had a lot of developments here, hit the ground running, and we've formulated just a fantastic team, frankly. Just have some challenges, right? I think every pro has challenges, and we're facing them head on, and with the expectation that will deliver the excellence that we transposed in our application itself. So excited, been a great first few months. And again, just want to thank you for having us and opening up to any questions you might have.
Great. Thank you so much. We'll kick it off with Ted.
Yeah, thanks so much for the presentation, Patrick. Appreciate that. Few questions. The first one is about Landbell's background, and you said that you're a large PRO and have a variety of different programs. I'm just wondering, is SB 707 the largest program you've engaged on, or is there another big one that you'd like to tell us about?
Yeah. So it is the largest in terms of scope and in volume. So yes, the answer to the question is yes.
Okay, that's good to know. A couple others. One, on the responsible end markets, one of the things that has happened under SB 54 is the unfortunate recognition that the production of plastic pellets at the end of the processing of the plastics is considered enough to count as a responsible end market.
Okay.
And I'd just like to say, in a context of overproduction of virgin plastic pellets, I don't think that's good enough. I don't think producing larger and larger mountains of post-consumer plastic pellets that still are struggling to find a market compared to virgin is really a responsible end market. So I just want to throw that out there early, because I know that's going to be part of the challenge of processing textiles is what do you do with all of the materials that once they're recovered. And then just wondering about timelines. I certainly appreciate all.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So you do not consider pelletized plastic that has, let's consider it 50% recycled content, because almost no pellets that are produced are 100% RC, right? You know that they have additives, they have colorant, they have impact modifiers, they have ultraviolet modifiers, and they have a percentage of virgin. So you are saying that you do not consider that a responsible end market, because I think those can be used in thousands of applications. They don't have to go back to T to T, and they won't, by the way, because they're not a yarn. I would agree if this is your logic. Is that coloring your logic pretty well?
Well, I think the challenge for the larger discussion is the thrust of this is to try to keep these materials in circulation, right? And so I really appreciate the reuse and repair aspects. But when we're talking about actually recovering these materials for recycling, I think part of the context that we're finding ourselves in is there is a vast overproduction of virgin plastic pellets ready for production into.
Without a doubt.
And without a doubt, the recovered plastic pellets are going to be competing for much of the same markets, unless there are specific biorecycled requirements. And so I'm just pointing out that when we have mountains of plastic pellets that are looking for a market, and our plan to make a responsible end market is to produce more mountains of plastic pellets, that is inherently challenging. And that I am having misgivings just personally about calling that a responsible end market. And I think it's a really important thing to discuss forthrightly, because I don't think anybody wants to head down a road where we end up finding that, the environmental outcomes we were all looking for are not what actually is happening. So those are my concerns.
Yeah, I would love to continue that conversation.
But I do admire what you're trying to do, and I'm curious about the timelines. When do you see local government collections or thrift store collections or repair activities actually starting under this program? Any idea of those timelines?
Between 2029 and 2030, I would suspect, because the implementation of the plan will occur somewhere in that. That's not to say that we won't run pilots in the interim, right? But yeah, the full program implementation, if that's what you're talking about, and not pilot studies.
Right. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it, because for instance, right now we have a separated rate for textiles, but there's really no market for it.
I see.
So I'd love to find ways to incentivize our local communities to separate those materials for recovery through your program as effectively as possible.
That's not to say we can't start working on those kind of initiatives before the plan implementation, and I would love to do that.
Well,
Perfect. John, did you want to chime in on this
I
particular?
just want to make a comment on those activities. Part of the needs assessment that Pat referred to earlier is a local government, let me just call it a local government outreach to each of the counties in California to understand where they are, what they're doing, what their thoughts are, what their plans are, what they're seeing. So that's very much part of the data gathering that will take place, Ted. And so where you have programs in place in your county or in your sister counties, we will be trying to gather that information, because for me, when I look at textiles, it's a fascinating biome. If you think about it, there are so many different players. You've got regulators, you've got county officials, you've got charity groups, you've got small businesses who've identified that if I just get this little niche of textiles back and sell it over here, I can have a business. So it's not that we want to change anything or stop anything, but we need to know what people are actually doing. And so as part of the data gathering process, what you've just referred to and what's happening in the other counties around and the other municipalities, that's key to us to understand what this biome that is textiles is. So we're absolutely fully excited and engaged on that topic.
Yeah, the engagement with the counties, and thank you, John, is already starting, right? In terms of the understanding and mapping. But in terms of the actual flow itself, yeah. So great input, John. The understanding, the engagement with the communities, the counties, the municipalities has already started.
Okay. Do we have anybody else? Valerie, did you have anything? No, we're good.
Ted already asked.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And then, Doug's down there. Here we go.
Doug.
Thanks, Laurie. Patrick and John, good to see you. This is Doug Copel, Executive Director for the California Product Stewardship
Very nice to
Council.
see you, sir.
Back to your slide number 1, I just want to confirm something I've been hearing. So if you wouldn't mind back into that one. My understanding is one of the reasons you're getting a lack of producers to respond and join the PRO is because of what's going on with 54 and how that is rolling out with all the lawsuits and et cetera. And so I just wanted you, if you know, is that one of those things? Because you should be seeing thousands of vendors or of manufacturers registering.
Yeah.
So,
Doug, you make a tremendous point. We do think that is a driver as well. We're not sure how much of a driver it is, but absolutely, there's some challenges there that are front and center that producers are looking at and thinking, well, if 54 can't iron these things out, why are we signing up with a program that is brand new, that is on the same sort of pathway? So I can't really speak to the particular concerns of the producers of 54 because we just haven't had that much engagement with those producers or CAA in term. Well, we have had meetings with Emily Coven and she's expressed those things, but the answer is absolutely, Doug. I just I would like, once those things are ironed out on the 54 front, I think that it will really sort of free up the producers to sign up with 707. Yeah, but it's an EPR sort of a tiredness, right? That I think is bleeding over to SB 707 sign up. Yes.
That's a really good point. We've got Paul. Oh, let me get Paul before he's online and had his hand up for a moment.
Yeah, thank you, Patrick and ESJPA for having this topic on today's agenda. So in Tehama County, we've been collecting textiles source separated at our landfill for over a decade. sending them to DR3, where we also send mattresses. So if there's any opportunities for getting signed up with your pilots, please let me know. Should I reach out to you, Patrick?
Could you reach out to me personally on that? Because we really love opportunities like that.
Perfect. Yeah, I'll get your contact from Stacy.
Yes, ma'am. Stacy, thank you, Stacy, for giving that over to him. Thank you very much.
Yes, perfect.
Love
Very
that
good.
opportunity. Yeah.
Go ahead, Valerie.
Okay, hi, Valerie, Recycling Coordinator for Butte County. So going back to SB 54 and SB 707, as we all know, 54 is in the middle of some sort of lawsuit for the end use of the product. We really don't have an infrastructure, and the producers are fighting that because we do not have infrastructure for end use. So I like to know how you would plan to work with them once that is settled. Does that make sense?
This is an advantage of being second to market a little bit, is that we will see what the issues and challenges were. We will see what the driver of the lawsuit is, and then we get to see what the solution is, don't we? And so once that's established, our plan really is to have very tight coordination with how we can avoid those problems that they were having in the first place, and then incorporate the solution very early that was the solution to that thrash there. So that's why we've established connection with Circular Action Alliance, and want to map out and understand what these pathways are, on what the challenges were, how the lawsuit, what the attributes were there, and then define the solution, and incorporate those as early as possible, sort of to avoid what those joist points and pain points were, and build solutions into either our plan phase or our needs assessment phase, whichever. Hopefully it's the needs assessment phase, and so yeah. So we haven't developed a plan yet with Circular Action Alliance, but we have on our advisory board and on our ex officio board many folks that are actually head, hands, and feet involved in that thrash. And our plan is to really have close communication with those internal landfill board and advisory committee members, and then get in close collaboration with Circular Action Alliance once it's settled.
Okay, a follow-up question. How would you plan on assisting with infrastructure to handle that material?
To handle textile material?
Yes.
Yeah, so that is a huge portion of the needs assessment, which we're only about a month and a half into. So the plan is to map out currently what's there, right? What collection systems are there, what sortation systems are there, where they are, what their capacity and capabilities are on each, and what the recycling infrastructure is, and what the end market infrastructure is, right? That's not only in California, but surrounding it. That includes, mechanical, chemical, geotextile operations, and formulation of material that can be used as end markets. So that's the what phase, right? What's there? So that's the phase we're in now. And then during the plan phase is the building of the infrastructure based on the what, right? But with our eye on the legislation as it relates to what are the producers required to do, and building that infrastructure, gauging those gaps and backfilling those gaps as it relates to what the actual stewardship system needs to be, with close collaboration with the producers and our advisory board and our needs assessment contractor, to build it up to where the producers can comport with the legislation. That's a huge lift in terms of what we have to put in. But we can't have the plan in terms of how we build the infrastructure until we understand what the what is, what's there. So we're in the what phase. During the plan phase, a lot of those boxes will be colored in. And so I can't tell you exactly what our plan is in terms of to build up the infrastructure until we understand what's there.
Okay.
But of course, beginning with the end in mind, and that is to build the stewardship system so that our producers can comport with the SB 707 attributes.
One more question. Being in the state of California and the cost of exporting things out to another state, that expense is very high. So what I'm looking for is a circular economy within the state of California with infrastructure to handle materials within the state of California and not having to export.
Yeah, and it's precisely what we're looking for too, right? Not only is the expense high, but there is the matter of GHG emissions, and you're under scope, underground on what you were trying to do in the first place. So the intent is to transport the focus material in the shortest distance possible. Ideally, you're going to have sortation, sortation and recycling under one roof. And it should be, you would have a facility in California, San Francisco, and one in Los Angeles, one in the middle of California. That is a huge challenge, right? But that's the end goal, okay? We've done this for 15 years, John and myself at Hewlett Packard. Like I was in charge of recycled contents, plastics, supply chain formation. And that was the intent, get everything as close together as possible. Not only that, but at your point of origin of the material where it's being sent, you want to have the highest separation grade as possible, right? So you want to get out all of the non-focused material at the first node, don't you? So you're only transporting focused material through the last stages to the end market, to the downstream, to the recycler in this case. But California has its challenges, doesn't it? California has very strict regulations in terms of what buildings you can have in what location, what processes are being conducted in each building. And that increases your cost, doesn't it? So being a producer focused, our end goal is definitely to have everything under one roof, right? So you're transporting nothing. So we're trying to come as close to that as possible, working with the regulators in California, of course, and also having our eye on cost, okay? So I'm confident we can come as close as possible. We have a lot of resources around here in terms of who's interested in collecting, in sorting, and in recycling. So how do we build consortiums of businesses to consolidate their energies, their resources into facilities that are as close to possible as the largest point of origin of the material itself, right? So that being in the Los Angeles area, in the San Francisco area, et cetera. We won't know what those joist points are until we get the needs assessment back. But this has been a focus of ours for a long, long time. And we know how to do it. And we have the right resources in place. It's how to get it done. But we're confident we can do it. Sorry to babble on a little bit about there, but this is this is really one of my real points where I get incredibly excited about it, because we have great experience in building these supply chains. John and I do. It's part of the reason why we applied for this job, is we know how to do it with a very similar material in plastics. Okay.
Yeah, and I'll be honest, when you referenced that you've done this before with Hewlett Packard, that gave me personally a good reference that you have done this before on a large scale, and so
very large.
That in my mind, anyways, really helpful comment. Doug's got another comment question for you.
Thanks, Lori. And so just to add on to Patrick's, give them a little more context to this, is there is overlap between SB 54 and SB 707, without a doubt. The materials at the end of the day are somewhat similar. With 54, your packaging materials tend to be more homogeneous as to the type of material they are, especially when it comes to the plastics. For the textiles, we have, as Joanne from my staff will contend, there is 180 some odd different blends of fabrics that are out there. Separating those is almost impossible without some sort of other non-mechanical separation process, and that's where it comes in. Where 54 in the producer's plan and CAA's plan, they did mention pyrolysis. That's gotten a lot of attention, a lot of negative attention in mentioning that. At CPSC, we're trying to change that conversation to talk about other processes that are chemical in nature, but are not pyrolysis. They're not burned. They're not
Right.
material to fuel. That's going to be methanolysis, enzymatic digestion, which produces another plastic monomer that can then be used for new products. And that's probably where a lot of the material that cannot be repaired or reused is going to end up in some sort of process like that. Unless it's 100% cotton or it's 100% polyester, it's going to have to go through some process that's going to be non-mechanical. And so we're trying to work on that. Now, the challenge will be is when 54, if 54 survives and it gets to full implementation, it's going to have a lot of material on the market as feedstock for new products. Then 707 will come on board as well with similar feedstocks. And so hopefully there will be enough capacity or enough demand within the market to use that recycled plastic material in these new products, whether they be for food grade or for textiles or other things.
Very good. Appreciate that. And then I'm looking to Larry here to kind of maybe try to help us wrap this up so we can get to another on SB 54 next presentation. So
yeah, hopefully a quick question on that. Larry Sweetser, consultant for the ESJPA. On the needs assessment, could you mention anything that you're looking at in that's particularly rural related to look at the unique needs in the rural areas?
Yeah, no, that's a great question in terms of, because there's a convenience standard, right? That is drawn out in the legislation itself. But rural and urban communities are really quite different, right? One is very spread out and one is condensed. And so what we're looking at now is to align with counties, and our needs assessment team has a number of counties they're going to align with to really figure out how we should recommend those convenience standards be operationalized as it relates to numbers. Is it one collection site per 25,000 folks, as the legislation says? Well, I think the unique needs of the rural counties are quite different than that, and we shouldn't homogenize all counties for really one metric. So what we're looking at is really close collaboration with the counties, the rural counties themselves, and understanding what is a convenience standard for a household or for consumers. So we're not there yet, but what we do understand is the very unique attributes of the society itself in terms of apportionment of populations and things. And again, which is going to fit into what is a fixed collection location? What are waste drives considered? What we want to bring to the rural counties is the same convenience standards that the municipal counties have and any other county, but we have to consider the unique attributes of those counties. And the only way we're going to understand that is the close collaboration. So we've got quite a few counties we're reaching out to now for that feedback. I hope that answers your question. Again, we're not there yet. We're at the what stage. What's there? And part of that is the understanding of the unique convenience standards of each county.
Yeah, we'll be glad to work with you on that, because the 25,000, we have several counties less than that, even aggregate. Right. Some of them are less than that. Convenience has a different meaning in the rural area, but that's a longer discussion for later.
It sure does.
It all revolves around convenience standards, right? And how there has to be a different consideration, like per groups of counties. You can't have a different convenience standard for every single county, but you do have to have a variance in a sort of athleticism about this.
Okay. One quick clarification on the convenience standard, just so everybody's clear on this. In the statute, we had a minimum of 10 per county, unless there were rules. So there's at least 10 per county. Yeah. For counties with a population of less than 18, it's a minimum of 3 collection locations. 18,000 to 50,000 is minimum of 4, and then 50,000 to 100,000 is a minimum of 8. So there are going to be a multitude of collection locations in the rural counties. So even like Alpine County, 1,000+ people is required to have 3 locations. So just want to make sure that folks were clear. It wasn't just one for 25,000. There are those minimums as well.
And this will be tightened up during the regulations phase with CalRecycle. It's one of the front and center topics we're talking about right now.
Thanks for that clarification, Jed. Appreciate it. Is everybody kind of ready to move on to we got another one here.
Craig
Craig?
at Butte, Doug, you just spoke on something that, are you talking about like the dumpsters that people can drop off textiles in, or these have to be manned facilities, these 8?
They're collection sites. Now, whether that's a staffed collection site or not, I believe that'll get ferreted out in the regulations and the plan. Craig, so it could be, it could be like your St. Vincent de Paul bin that's sitting in a parking lot, unless Patrick or John have a different interpretation of that.
Well, that's right. Or a fixed bin that's bolted to the ground, right? That's also considered in the same bucket.
All right. So a lot to figure out as we move forward. Want to thank you guys for being here today with the update. And actually, our next presentation is about SB 54. So you know, if you're available to hang out and listen and hear our questions on that, since they're so related, it could be helpful to you also. I'm just throwing that out there. But thank you both.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, Larry, you ready to move on to our SB 54 next steps presentation?
Yes, looks like we have Michelle there. We've talked about SB 54 before. This is a very good opportunity for Michelle to talk about some of the actual boots on the ground. I'll let her do her own introduction for that, but she's probably been one of the best people out there to look at what's in, what's out of this whole SB 54 and all the different nuances. And we'll have more discussion on 54, but we're hoping, many of you are going to be subject to those requirements and the deadlines are coming up. There's a lot of things that you need to be doing to implement. We have a number of our jurisdictions that are going to be exempt, that could be exempt from that hopefully there's still opportunities to take advantage of some of that. But yeah, definitely Michelle can definitely give you a heads up on what you can expect and some of the things that you need to be doing in order to meet the compliance requirements. So
Perfect.
Okay. Is that my cue? Am I up?
Yep.
All
you're
right.
up.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much for having me. I'm Michelle Fay. I'm a program manager at Stop Waste. We are in Alameda County, and we have been taking a very active role in SB 54 implementation. And right now, our focus is mainly around ensuring local jurisdictions have everything they need and have the details so that they can comply with the requirements that are placed on jurisdictions and service providers, which is essentially to collect all recyclable and compostable covered materials by the end of this calendar year. So my presentation today is focused on that piece of SB 54 pretty narrowly and specifically. But I appreciated the broader conversation and questions coming up about the law. That was interesting conversation, and we can get into more details at the end of my presentation if you'd like. So I did want to mention, Larry just called attention to the fact that some rural jurisdictions will qualify to exempt themselves from the entirety of SB 54 presentation or of the law. But there will be some jurisdictions in this group here today on this meeting that will not qualify for that rural exemption. So this is mainly focused on those jurisdictions that are not going to be exempted from the law. So just kind of make sure that's clear. So I will go ahead and share some slides now. Let's see here. You can see the presentation.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, great. So, as I mentioned, for anyone who's not familiar with Stop Waste, we are a joint powers authority located in Alameda County. Our population is roughly 1.7 million people. We offer a range of services to support our communities. So we provide things like grant funding, technical assistance, community engagement, public outreach, as well as ordinance enforcement support for things like SB 1383. And SB 54 is very much aligned with our goals as an agency to reduce waste and to create a more circular economy, and also to build back trust into our recycling system. So we decided pretty early on that it would be important for Stop Waste to take an active role through implementation of the law. And one way we did that is through the SB 54 Advisory Board. Our executive director, Timothy Burrows, served as the city's representative during the first 3-year term of the board. And while his term has now ended, we continue to help support jurisdictions through presentations like this. And as I mentioned, is primarily focused right now on the jurisdiction compliance support. And I thought this throwback photo was kind of fun. Ted, I think you were here at that meeting too. So, a brief overview of the intention of SB 54. It was passed in 2022. It's an EPR law, meaning the goals of the law will be achieved through funding and implementation from the actual producers of packaging and foodware covered by the law. So this is not another unfunded mandate like SB 1383. It's a well-funded law, and we now have packaging producers as partners in this work, which is really crucial and exciting for jurisdictions. In a nutshell, the law is designed to build transparency into our recycling system. It requires materials must be sent to responsible end markets. It also was designed to create more consistency in our acceptability lists of what goes where across the state in our jurisdictions lists, which is part of what we're talking about here today. And also to simplify packaging materials, which should help to reduce consumer confusion as well. And what I get really excited about is the fact that SB 54 recognizes we can't just recycle our way out of the waste problem. It requires producers to reduce the volume of plastic sold and distributed in the state with specific reuse and refill targets. And then the authors also recognize that existing plastic pollution can't be ignored and established a healthy $5 billion plastic pollution mitigation fund. So starting next July 2027, $500 million per year for 10 years will start to be flowing to jurisdictions, particularly disadvantaged communities, to help clean up existing plastic pollution. So on the next slide, I just like to summarize kind of the main goals of the law. By 2032, all single-use packaging and plastic foodware sold or distributed in the state must be recyclable or compostable. Plastic single-use packaging and foodware must achieve 65% recycling rates. And the amount of plastic packaging and foodware sold and distributed in California must be reduced by 25%. And 10% of that source reduction must be achieved through converting single-use plastic to reusable or refillable alternatives. Polystyrene foodware had its own set of requirements, which are at the bottom of the screen, requiring 25% recycling rate by January 2025, which was not met, which means SB 54 essentially banned the sale and distribution of expanded polystyrene foodware in the state. I mentioned this is an EPR law. However, there is one specific requirement on jurisdictions and their service providers. We must collect all cover materials deemed recyclable or compostable by the time the program plan gets approved. And the program plan must be approved by January 1, 2027. So that means we essentially have until the end of this calendar year to meet this one requirement. There are 2 compliance pathways for jurisdictions. You'll either need to add materials to your programs to be compliant, or the second option is to request an exemption. For option A here on the screen, adding materials to your programs, the important thing to remember is that any cost that is incurred to add a material to your program must be paid for by producers. So if you have to do something to add the material to your program, save your receipts. That should get paid for by jurisdiction or by producers. For the exemption request side of the screen, option B, I want to point out that those requests are officially submitted to and approved by CalRecycle. However, producers have the opportunity to review each exemption request and could submit an objection to that request. So, for example, if a city wanted to claim that they don't have a responsible end market for a material, Circular Action Alliance, through this process, would have the opportunity to object and say, hey, we have a market that you can send that material to, so we don't want you to have an exemption for this. And in fact, we'll pay you to add that material to your program and get that sent to this responsible end market that we're providing you access to. And just an important distinction, I mentioned it at the top of my presentation, but the exemptions that we're talking about here are specifically for jurisdictions that are not exempt from the law overall. So it's for those non-rural jurisdictions that still have to comply with the law. When considering the exemption pathway, that option B, the law outlines a pretty comprehensive list of what constitutes a local condition, circumstance, or challenge that could make a material impracticable to collect. So I like to just kind of read through this list here on the slide so everybody's aware. You can claim any one of these things: program efficacy, technological or economic limitations, legal restrictions or requirements, effects on the environment, worker health and safety, public health, hazardous waste, transportation issues. And then the last one at the bottom of the list is the absence of a responsible end market, and that was added as an option during the rulemaking process. Everything else, the first set of bullets were all written into statute. The last one is the only one that was added in the regulations. So every year, CalRecycle is tasked with developing a list of covered materials, so packaging, single-use packaging and plastic foodware that meet specific criteria to be considered recyclable and compostable. And on the 2026 cover material category list, there are 95 total packaging and foodware categories. And of those 95, 56 met the criteria to be determined or to be considered recyclable or compostable in the state. 34 are recyclable, 22 are compostable, and 14 of those overlap and are considered both compostable and recyclable. And the law SB 54 points to two prior laws, SB 343 and AB 1201, to identify what that criteria is. I'm not going into that detail today, but just so you know, CalRecycle doesn't just make this up. They have to point to the prior laws to identify what goes onto this list. So today we're not going to go into that full list of 56 materials. So I thought it would be helpful just to kind of call your attention to a few covered materials that are considered recyclable and compostable on the statewide list this year, but may not be widely collected by jurisdictions yet. So looking at the list, you can ask for yourself, if you think about your jurisdiction, where do these materials go? Do I accept these materials that you see on the screen? Everything on the left is considered recyclable. Everything on the right is considered compostable. And if your answer for any of these materials is it goes in the garbage, that is your indication, your kind of wake-up call, if you haven't been paying attention to this yet, that you have to do something by the end of this calendar year in order to comply with SB 54. You'll either have to add it to your program or exempt it or request an exemption from CalRecycle. And I put in the orange box on the bottom left, that is a URL where you would submit your exemption request to CalRecycle. You start by requesting a login to their new, they're calling it their Peppers system. It's an acronym and I don't remember exactly what it stands for, but it's specifically to capture all the exemption requests for SB 54, including for jurisdictions. So before I move off this slide, I just want to encourage you all to dive into the details of the full CMC list. As a reminder, this is just a snapshot of some of the materials I wanted to call your attention to, but you should really be looking at the full list to see what you have to comply with.
And Michelle, before you
yeah.
move on to that, Ted
Mhm.
did ask, can we have these slides for Stacy
Oh,
to
yeah.
distribute later? Is that
Sure, of course. Happy to
it's a
share.
really nice list? So thanks for asking
Okay.
for that,
Yeah,
Ted.
yeah.
Thanks. Okay.
All right. So now I'm going to shift gears a little bit, and I just want to share how we've been approaching compliance in Alameda County. Starting earlier this year, we decided it would be helpful to facilitate a county-wide approach to SB 54 compliance instead of having each of our 17 jurisdictions look at compliance individually. So in the next few slides, I'll just kind of walk you through what that journey has looked like, and then I'll wrap us up with a snapshot of where we're at now and what our next steps are in the process. So we started with a clear set of objectives for our 17 member agencies. We explained that we want to make sure we're supporting them with compliance as well as cost reimbursement under SB 54. And then our secondary goal here is to be transparent about the fact that we are trying to improve consistency in Alameda County and beyond, which is why I like to come to meetings like this, to develop more consistency in our acceptability lists in what our jurisdictions accept, because we believe as an agency, and we've heard from many, many people, that when there's so much variation in what goes where between jurisdiction boundary lines, it gets really confusing for the public. So SB 54 gives us an opportunity to talk about that and see if there are opportunities to be more consistent and in turn improve public messaging. And one thing I'll note here too is that obviously our process might be a little different because we're talking about compliance for an entire county with many different franchise agreements and jurisdiction lists. But even if you're just thinking about it from an individual jurisdiction perspective, I think it's helpful to think about where you might be able to coordinate. Maybe it's here within this ESJPA group, or maybe it's other neighboring jurisdictions. I encourage you to have conversations like we've had in Alameda County to see if you all can kind of coordinate within your networks to improve that transparency and streamline lists. So in Alameda County, we actually had on our calendar a joint meeting with Santa Clara County scheduled already. This was back in March. So we took that opportunity to do these kind of fun dot posters since we were in person. And as I mentioned, we felt pretty strongly, at least at Stop Waste, that having differing messages from city to city contributed to confusion. But at that point, we were still curious if other people felt the same. So if you look at the poster on the right side of the screen, we asked the jurisdiction staff that were there on a scale of 1 to 10, how helpful would it be if recyclable and compostable materials were consistent? And the blue and green dots were Alameda County jurisdictions, and red and orange were Santa Clara County. And we were pleased to see that generally folks agreed with what Stop Waste had been feeling, is that, differing messages is problematic and contributes to confusion. So that was good news. And of course, messaging is obviously not the only thing. There are many other things that contribute to confusion, like complex materials or bad labeling. So this is just one thing. Little caveat on that. Looking at the poster on the left, we asked folks to use dots to indicate where each of the materials go in their jurisdiction, landfill, recycling, or compost. And one caveat on the list at the bottom, you'll see compostable plastic bags. That is not covered by SB 54, but it was still part of the conversation that we wanted to have and better understand, so we added it to the list, but it is not a cover material under 54. And I will say that I think this activity was really helpful for a number of reasons. For one, it helps show at a quick glance just how different our messaging is across cities for certain materials. For example, paper takeout containers, there's a lot of variation in that one. Waxed cardboard boxes, pallets, all of those have quite variation across jurisdiction boundaries. It also helped us to identify where things are already pretty aligned, like plastics number 1 and number 2. There were just a few jurisdiction outliers that said those go to landfill. Same thing with compostable utensils, just a few jurisdictions in our combined 2 counties allow those to go in the compost. So again, it was helpful to see where there was already some alignment. And then the last thing is it allowed us to communicate the need to take action for SB 54 compliance. Similar to that slide we were just looking at, where you were thinking about where do things go, jurisdictions were able to see, oh, if I put a dot in that landfill column, I have until the end of the year to do something about it to comply with the law. So then the following month, we had our April TAC meeting with our jurisdiction reps. We hosted a 2-hour in-person working session to kick off the process to start thinking about how we want to approach acceptability for materials that aren't already accepted across all of our jurisdictions. So we provided an overview of the number of jurisdictions that are currently out of compliance with the main cover material categories that tend to differ across cities. And then we contemplated in small groups, what should we add to our programs? What should we exempt? And what do we need more information on? And the group identified a key next step was really to connect with their haulers and processors because they were such an important part of this conversation and need to know what can our haulers and processors accept, what do they have markets for, and what would they need to add materials to programs. So as a result of this work, we now have a preliminary set of materials that we believe we are already compliant with across all 17 jurisdictions. So that is the first bucket here. 29 out of 56 cover materials are already collected across the county. We have roughly 16 materials that we want to eventually add to our programs and another 11 that we want to likely request exemptions for. The caveat to this is that while we have that middle bucket of 17 or 16 materials to add to our programs, this is a really tight timeline to do that by the end of the calendar year. So we might, in the interim, be requesting exemptions even for that yellow middle bucket, just to kind of buy us some time to get us through the program plan approval, make sure we understand what Circular Action Alliance will be reimbursing in terms of incurred costs, and to take the time needed to add additional sorting equipment or whatever is needed to ensure those materials have a place to go. So let's see here. I think this is about my last slide. Just to kind of summarize what our next steps are going to look like. We're in the process now of thinking, if you think back to that slide where I listed all of the exemption options. We are taking our preliminary list of exemption requests, and we're adding rationale details for the reason in which we want to request exemptions for each of those materials. I will say, for the most part, it will be lack of access to responsible end markets and the need for CAA to provide us with end markets, and the fact that there's a timing issue because CAA doesn't yet have a list to give us. So that's probably going to be the bulk of our exemption requests, is lack of a responsible end market. We'll send that to our jurisdictions for review. Once they've had a chance to sort of sign on and say, yes, we support this exemption submittal, then Stop Waste will basically submit that exemption request into the bulk exemption request, I should say, on behalf of our jurisdictions directly into that Peppers portal. The nice thing about that portal is it does allow for bulk submissions. For any materials that jurisdictions plan to add to their programs, the next steps include more coordination with haulers, identifying what those costs are going to be, and where those materials can go, what the responsible end markets are. And all of this will be done in consultation with Circular Action Alliance. And then any costs that get incurred will be tracked, and ideally funding will be received starting in early 2027 if all goes as planned. Which I understand there's a lot of question around that at this point, but we are moving forward full steam ahead. despite a lot of, legal concern. So that's all for me today. I'm just plugging here our CRA session. I will be presenting Monday afternoon. I'll have a similar presentation to this, but I will be joined with CalRecycle staff as well as Circular Action Alliance, who can answer a lot of the questions about payment and compliance. I can also, if I think I have access to the chat, I will put a link into the chat to a YouTube video that CalRecycle recently released. It's an 11-minute video that walks through the PEPPERS system for exemption requests and specifically explains how to submit exemptions. So I just kind of scratched the surface on that. I encourage you to watch that 11-minute video, and I'll put it in the chat here in just a moment. So that's all for me today. As I mentioned, I'm happy to attempt to answer questions.
Thank you, Michelle. It's really helpful. Stacy, will you capture that link and distribute it with the slides later? So we'll distribute everything, Michelle.
Okay,
and then
great.
I think Larry wants to kick this off here for us in the room.
Yeah, and thanks for that. It's a nice snapshot into what's going on. Definitely encourage everybody to do what the exercise that Alameda did with looking at what you have now, what you can add, and what you need to claim exemptions for. And to prep you, Michelle, maybe you could also talk about some of the little nuances you found in some of the examples of materials that seem obvious to accept, but then there's these little caveats into them, like the meat packaging, that people need to be aware of when you're looking at that list.
Yeah, let me just go back to that slide. One moment. So the mixed paper category, so each cover material category has is essentially split into two separate categories. So mixed paper, for example, there's mixed paper with plastic and mixed paper without plastic. If you look at the cover material category for mixed paper with plastic, and thank you, Larry, for mentioning this because I didn't explain the detail of this. There is a CMC list, but there's also a secondary document that is essential reading, and it is the cover material compliant or cover material category guidance document that CalRecycle published back in 2025. And that guidance document takes each cover material category and it gives examples of what they consider to be different materials that fall within that broader category. So if you look at that guide, you will then see that mixed paper with plastic includes waxed paper bags, meat absorbent pads. So if you get a package of meat and there's that little paper pad that has plastic wrapped around it, that's included in the mixed paper with plastic category, as well as butter wrappers was another example. So it's super important to dive into both the CMC list and the guidance document to see what materials CalRecycle is expecting us to include in our programs, because I don't think there's a single jurisdiction in the state of California that is going to accept meat absorbent pads in their recycling bins. So that means that every jurisdiction has at least one material to submit an exemption request for in the PEPPERS system. So no one's getting away with doing nothing on this one. The nice thing is you can exempt just a portion of a category. So if you still want to include mixed paper with plastic in your recycling bin, you can specifically call out the example of butter wrappers and meat absorbent pads for your exemption request.
Yeah, and thanks for pointing that out about, because when I saw the meat wrapper or the pad there on the list, I thought that's kind of gross and seems like that would just contaminate everything. So I'm not really understanding how that got there, but I'm not an expert in these things. And I just wanted to, ask really quick though too, Larry, I think that's really cool that this is Alameda County. They have a this big organization that's really taken charge, there. Do other counties have anything like this, or is this a need, or what are you feeling across the state? Because I really appreciate, Michelle, how you're saying the consistency messaging would be fabulous. And Ted maybe has more insight into this than he's raising his hand. Go ahead,
Well,
Ted.
Michelle has played a truly unique and pivotal role in helping every jurisdiction across the state understand SB 54. And
Okay.
Timothy did a great job chairing, but a lot of that was because of the support Michelle provided. But she's become an expert in this in a way that is really helpful to everybody. I really appreciate you reaching out to rural counties. But to answer your question, the closest thing we have is Larry. There's
He's really close right now, but yeah, that's a huge
Yeah.
responsibility on him to do that. And that's the part that I feel is, that's a lot. And yeah, it'd be really neat if we could get a stop waste.
Actually, towards
your
that end,
region.
I'd like to make an unsolicited move. Can we send a gratitude letter to Stop Waste for their leadership on this? I think that's entirely appropriate on behalf of ESJPA.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't see why not.
I think we can make that happen.
Excellent.
Okay.
Chair, to answer your question, there are many other jurisdictions that are looking at this through. I think Michelle's got probably the most unique insight into the gritty details, which I always like to see. But yeah, there's many jurisdictions wrestling with this, and want to make sure that our jurisdictions are looking at it. If you talk to your haulers and your collection companies on what they can do on it, it's going to be a pretty big effort to do by the first of the year.
Yeah.
And we could even, if there's interest, our next meeting, we could actually get into more details of this list and the exemptions in the process and what CalRecycle is requiring to claim either the rural exemption or the material exemptions, which are going to be important for compliance. And keeping in mind that your objective with the jurisdiction is you have to collect these materials. We're still wondering what CalRecycle is doing in terms of enforcement of that. If you've got it on a list to collect, how much they're looking at how efficient your collection is, because some of this stuff is going to end up in the garbage anyway, even when you put it on the list. And so that needs to be recognized by CalRecycle. We're not sure how far that's going to go, but yeah, that's definitely one thing we're watching. But yeah, advertising you're going to collect this material, being prepared to handle those materials with all these little nuances is going to be really difficult.
That's a good point. And then the end of the year is coming quickly. Okay, Michelle, you ready for some questions? I see a lot of interest in the room here. So we'll start with
Okay,
Craig.
sure.
Yeah, this is Craig with Butte. With all these lists coming out, I think the easiest thing for CalRecycle to do would be to provide a list of what goes in the trash bin now. It seems like that's a pretty small list now.
Right.
So instead of all this stuff goes in these other ones, what goes in the trash bin?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's a good point. Larry,
Lars Ewing with Lake County.
Thank you.
I guess I'm jumping on the bandwagon, the thank you bandwagon to Michelle. That was great. Not to focus on money too much, but I keyed in on the reimbursement for additional costs or costs that we would not otherwise have incurred. Can you give us some examples of that? I'm kind of categorizing it in there's administrative costs and then there's operational costs, and I can't imagine that the intent was to reimburse for operational costs. I'm thinking of haulers to, modify their operations to be able to handle the different material. But Michelle, anything that you could address on the types of reimbursement that we might be able to pursue?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the good news is that the statute of SB 54 is really clear. Any cost that is incurred as a result of the law is the responsibility of producers. So that includes operational costs that would be incurred by service providers. So an example might be a new optical sorter or a new sort line specifically designed to capture packaging or plastic foodware, those materials covered by the law. Those costs would be eligible covered costs by Circular Action Alliance, the PRO. In terms of administrative costs, that's the part that I feel is a little bit fuzzier. So, for example, I wouldn't be talking to you all today if it wasn't as a result of the law. So is CAA going to pay for my time to do this? I don't know. There's also the administration of contracts that jurisdictions might open up as a result of this. Let's say you're adding a new drop-off location specifically to capture additional covered materials. The administrative cost is a little fuzzier, but they do claim that if it is a new and additional cost as a result of the law, it should be covered. I would also encourage you to look at the draft program plan that is posted on Circular Action Alliance's website. The public comment period just closed last Friday on that, but there is throughout the 300 pages or so, there's quite a bit around what are eligible costs, and they even have a table that gives examples more than what I'm remembering off the top of my head of what the different eligible costs would be. So I encourage you to take a look at that.
Okay. Anybody, Doug, did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I just wanted to cue in on, thanks, Michelle. Looking forward to seeing you at CR. I'm actually going to moderate Michelle's panel, so I get the pleasure of being a leader for those folks. And I want to touch on something that will be touched on in that presentation that I think is important for the jurisdictions to consider, and that is when you talk about the CMC list. The CMC list is going to change. It's guaranteed to change almost every year. We'll see. As a matter of fact, right now, if you look at the CMC list today, by the end of next year, so by January 1 of 2028, you will have another material you must collect that's not on that list right now, but Cal Recycle has already added it as a heads up. This is coming, and that's the gable tops and aseptic containers. So if you look at the list today, those are a no. But in 2028, they will be a yes. And so here's my advice to all the jurisdictions. I've been giving this advice out to most jurisdictions is when you're looking at compliance with this, what you're supposed to collect, what you're supposed to educate your constituents on, you need to show them what's accepted in the program. Now, if you think about your carts at the curb, there's a graphic on there. And this is the overlap with SB 1383, where you are required to have color and labeling standards met by 2036, I think is the number now. But that label is a fixed in time item. And if you try to capture all of the different materials that are on, you're going to be collecting in the bin, and then the CMC list changes on you, that's a problem. And so what I'm recommending for folks to consider as you're changing out your carts and you're getting new labels on your carts, have a QR code, have the basic materials, all the materials you know are never going to come off the list. You're always going to be collecting them, number ones, number twos, those types of things. Have those as pictographs on the label, then have that QR code, and have that QR code go to your website where you can then show the complete list. And that will help you comply with both 1383, but also more importantly with 54 when you're trying to educate on what should be coming in. So I just want to give a heads up that is going to be part of where there will be struggles to comply with 54.
And that's a really good point that the lists change. Yeah, appreciate that.
Doug, if I could just add one more piece to that. Thank you for mentioning that. We have been in conversation with Cal Recycle about how they are determining compliance with 54. And they have clarified that pub ed materials, brochures, websites, cart and bin labels, while that is one place in which jurisdictions would list what goes where and what they accept, it's not the sole way that they will be determining compliance. And so it sounds like, and I'm hopeful they can say this more definitively at CRRA when we have our panel. But it looks like what their main plan is to update the EAR for 2027, where there would be a list of all recyclable and compostable covered materials. And jurisdictions would essentially self-attest and check the box that these are all the materials we accept in our programs, and anything they don't check off, the assumption is you would have an active exemption on file. And that together, the exemption list combined with your self-attestation and the EAR equals compliance. So it's Cal Recycle is saying that they wouldn't necessarily determine that we would be out of compliance if we have outdated cart or bin decals. That's not to say it might be not be super confusing for the public if what we accept is not consistent with what's on bin labels. So I think your point is still really valid. I just want to be clear that compliance might not be hinging on cart and bin labels that are up to date.
Thanks, Michelle. That's new for me. I appreciate that.
Mhm.
And it makes sense too, if you're going to put out information like that with, just something on there to say, to see the latest list, go here, with the QR code, because it is confusing it's going to be confusing for a while for the consumers to get the hang of it. So I like that idea. Deb.
Good morning. Thank you for the updates. And as I'm trying to pay attention, I'm with Debbie Reagan with Tuolumne County. And just what I wanted to bring up is I've heard a lot of discussion about what cost will be covered. The question I've been asking for 2 years is when will those costs be covered? And by that, I mean, I don't think someone's giving me money up front to implement these changes. I think I'm being reimbursed for changes done. And that means somewhere I'm either asking an elected official or looking in my enterprise fund to carry a float. I don't know the answer to that. I stunk up a seminar last year at CRRA asking that question. And when I wasn't making comments in back with Larry, but it's a genuine question to me is it a standard reimbursement? Is it an accountable, show us your receipts? And the timing of it is very, very important to me. So if there's any insight to that, I'm very much interested in hearing what that is. Oh, and I am eligible for a rural exemption. I'm in a county that will be eligible just to say I'm rural and I'm done.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So really good question about the upfront payment versus being reimbursed for costs. And there is a payment and reimbursement chapter in the draft program plan that outlines a narrow window of some jurisdictions that would be eligible to receive upfront payment if they can deem that they are unable to front costs. But it seems pretty narrow, and it's somewhat unclear on how exactly they're going to determine that in practice. But I do want to mention that it is written into the draft plan. The other thing is Circular Action Alliance has a really big job to meet the goals of this law. They want jurisdictions to do their part to add these materials to their programs, participate in public education and outreach. And so if you or a jurisdiction like yourself said to them, hey, we want to participate, we want to do these things, but we just are unable to front these costs, there's no way I can do that. I do think it is in Circular Action Alliance's best interest to work with you to, fund those upfront costs. The other piece on outreach and education, there is 2 different pathways outlined in the program plan. So there's a flat rate. I don't think they've 100% landed on what that rate would be. I think it was still draft in the plan. But something like maybe $2 per person within your jurisdiction to cover the cost of outreach and education that would be paid for your, support in helping spread the word on what's recyclable. If you decide or a jurisdiction decides that's not enough, the second pathway is to essentially submit receipts and get paid as a reimbursement. So there are 2 payment options specifically outlined for outreach and education support.
Does that help any, Debbie? It's still a little vague, isn't it?
Still a little vague, but it's more than I knew before.
Perfect.
Yeah. So take a look. It's chapter 2 in the program plan, reimbursement and payment process. A lot more detail in there.
Thanks, Michelle. Appreciate it. And then Paul's online.
Yes, thank you. Paul Freund with Tama County. Thanks to Michelle and Stop Waste again for all the work they've been doing. I know it's helped my staff and myself kind of wrap our heads around the CMC list and how to tackle that portion. But I wanted to really kind of two questions, one related to the CMC list, both are related, but one about the payment. Say we request reimbursement for infrastructure, but that infrastructure doesn't result in an increase in the CMC. Will that have to be repaid? And then the other question is, being that Tama County and our cities within are exempt from 1383, and this is probably more for Cal Recycle, although I'm not sure who to direct it to, our land rep, or if there's a Peppers rep that will be directing these questions to. Since we're already exempt from 1383 and don't have to collect 1383 covered materials, do we then have to submit exemptions for any compostable materials, which seems like extra work on the jurisdiction's part, even though we're exempt? So is there like a blanket exemption, or do we even have to submit those exemptions? Because again, it's just extra work that we'll have to do when we're already exempt from 1383 and collecting those compostable materials. So we don't have a composting program and we don't have to collect compostable materials. We don't have markets for it. So.
Yeah, great questions. Thank you, Paul. I'll start with your second question. My understanding is that 1383 compliance and 54 compliance are independent of each other. And so the process would still have to be undertaken to submit your specific exemption request for 54 materials in the Peppers system. But again, it would be good to just confirm that with Cal Recycle and who to talk to. You could email their packaging inbox, and maybe somebody here can verify that I'm getting this right, but it's packaging@calrecycle.ca.gov, I think. And that's their SB54 inbox, and they're pretty good at responding to messages that go there. So I would say just double check, but I'm pretty sure you will have to submit your exemption request into the Pepper system. But if you watch that 11-minute video, it's a pretty straightforward process. It doesn't look like it'll take too much time to submit those exemption requests in the system. And then your first question around, let's say you decide as a jurisdiction to make an improvement to your MRF to capture more recyclable packaging, and it does not in fact lead to increased capture rates. Will CAA want you to pay back that money, or will they not reimburse you for that cost? Honestly, I'm a little concerned about that as well after reading the draft program plan. And it is an area where Stop Waste submitted comments to specific sections in the program plan that reference performance standards for jurisdictions and service providers. And we essentially wrote comments saying, we can't guarantee that certain investments are going to lead to certain added recovery rates, and we shouldn't be on the hook if things don't work out as planned, because all of our costs would still have been incurred as a result of the law, whether we achieve the goals or not. And so we asked them in the program plan to remove those performance standards.
All right. Anyone else while we have Michelle here? Okay, Michelle, I just want to really thank you for your leadership in this area and your willingness to be so helpful to others as we, navigate this. It's going to be quite a challenge. And I did want to circle back with the member counties and stuff. Larry had suggested maybe for our next meeting, we do an item on our agenda for a really deep dive into some nitty gritty stuff. Does everybody want to do that, you think? Because I think there's a lot of questions on details. So again, thank you, Michelle. And I'm sure you'll be hearing from us. Well, you will, because we're going to send you a nice thank you note. So there you go.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thanks so much for having me. And I would also just put a plug in. Circular Action Alliance has been really great to work with. And I bet you they would send somebody here to one of your future meetings to talk more specifically about reimbursements and what costs are eligible for payment. So you could plug that on your future agenda list if that seems of interest to this group.
Good idea. Thank you for that. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move on to our next item. I see Melissa is online for our Cal Recycle report.
Fantastic. Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We sure can.
Okay, good. Happy Thursday. The first item is the monthly SB 1383 chat with Cal Recycle's webinars. Mark your calendar, the September 15th, 2026 SB 1383 chat with Cal Recycle webinar will feature how jurisdictions successfully meet the recycled content paper procurement requirements and how these purchases are documented in the implementation record. So it's going to be a fantastic webinar. Hopefully you'll be able to make some time to attend. If not, we have been posting the SB 1383 chats, which are available on the department YouTube channel. And then if you want any links or anything, the update I'm providing is going to be provided to Stacy that has all the links of the items I'm going to be talking about today. Not a lot, but just for your information. The other thing is like what we've been hearing about all these different programs and requirements. Might be a good time to revisit the local jurisdictions interested parties listserv so that you can be notified when there's any updates, meetings that you might be interested in. So stay tuned for that. Sorry about that. Hold on one second. Okay, Cal Recycle open grant cycles. We got a lot of them. Money, money, money. The grant and loan name, Rubberized Pavement Grant Program, fiscal year 2026 and 27. The application due date is in September 10th. It's hard to believe we're already marching to September. The illegal disposal site abatement grant program cycle 108 will be due September 16th. The Legacy Disposal Site Abatement Partial Grant Program, also due September 16th. The Farm and Ranch Solid Waste Cleanup and Abatement Grant is due on October 7th. The Tire Derived Aggregate Grant Program, October 15th. The Beverage Container Recycling City County Payment Program, November 17th. The Tire Equipment Loan Program is continuous. The Beverage Container Recycling Loan Program, continuous. The Greenhouse Gas Reduction Loan Program, also continuous. RMDZ Loan Program, continuous. We've got some stakeholder workshops coming up. August 25th, very special day, it's my birthday, at 12 p.m. to 3 p.m. is the Illegal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee public meeting. It's going to be a Zoom meeting. So again, mark your calendars, August 25th for that. September 3rd from 10 to 3, propane cylinder workshop. That's going to be held at Cal EPA building, Sierra Hearing Room, 1001 I Street, Sacramento. September 23rd at 9:30 to 11:30 is going to be the public meeting overview of the 2025 California Waste Tire Market Report workshop. Also the Cal EPA building, Sierra Hearing Room at 1001 I Street. September 29th at 10 to 3, Textile Stewardship informal regulatory concepts workshop, also at the Cal EPA building, but this one will be held in the Byron Share Auditorium. The next public meeting is on September 15th. And also, you can check for future meeting dates on our website. And again, I'll be providing those links in the document I'll be sending to Stacy. That concludes my presentation. I have one of my team members here with me, Esmeralda Alvarado, who's been working with the Bishop tribe on a community composting program. Esmeralda, do you want to add anything? Okay. Hopefully we'll be able to connect. I think I saw one of the representatives from Inyo that we might want to connect with down the road. Ted, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thanks. Just got a couple questions. We've been without a local assistance contact person for many months, and
Okay.
just wondering if we're alone in this or if there's any progress on that front. And then also, a few months back, ESJPA produced a rural recovery infrastructure plan that could be helpful if the rest of us could take a look at it. Wondering when and how Cal Recycle might release that. So 2 questions.
Okay, the second question, I'll have to get back to you. The first question, yes, actually regarding your land representative, is going to be in my wheelhouse. So I'll be the supervisor overseeing the northern and areas of jurisdictions. I'm backfilling that position. So we should have a person in the seat and ready to get up there and check out your programs. I would say realistically within the next couple of months.
Perfect. Thanks, Melissa. And then Paul online.
Yeah, thanks, Melissa. Paul from Tama County. How are you doing?
All right.
Good. So you mentioned several grants, which are great, but there's one grant I've been kind of keeping an eye on, and I haven't seen it posted for any open applications, is the Tire Derived Product, TDP. So it looks like it wasn't awarded in fiscal year 23-24 for TDP 21, and it can't tell if there were any applications submitted for TDP 22. But we have a library that was interested in expanding a story walk and having some pavement. That would be a great grant for them to add a accessible pathway for that project. So should I reach out to the tire grant folks on that, or if you have any insight?
I would reach out to them and CC me so I can make sure that it gets attention.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. Let's see, Stacy, are you able to unmute Esmeralda for me so she can provide a little update on?
Absolutely. Give me just a sec.
Okay. So
You
she
should
can
be able to
provide
talk,
anything.
Esmeralda. There she is.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for unmuting me. I was struggling to find it on my end. Like Melissa said, I have been working with the Bishop Paiute tribe. The tribe is located in Inyo County, which has a rural waiver. And something that they received was the community compost grant by Cal Recycle. So they're really interested in starting, amping up their community compost operation. But one thing that they're struggling with is to find sufficient feedstock. Since they do have a rural waiver, their businesses are not required to divert organic material to be composted or some other type of organic diversion. So we're looking for jurisdictions that also have rural waivers that are doing commercial collection for organic material and seeing if we could potentially do some peer matching, So if you have successful organic diversion programs and would like to help them in their project development, please let me know so that I can get you in touch with them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Esmeralda. Appreciate the update there. Any other questions for Calorie Cycle? I'm looking around the room. All right, it looks good. Oh,
Hold up. Let me let Heidi talk.
oh yeah, because I didn't see her. Sorry about that, Heidi. I missed. Oh, I don't have the participant list up. That's why.
There she is.
Hi, everyone. No problem. Heidi Sanborn with the National Stewardship Action Council. Always glad to be at these meetings, learn so much. Just a quick question, Melissa. The state's been promoting use of rubberized asphalt concrete by our own state agencies and local governments for literally over 20 years. And I'm wondering how much more money is going to go to grants to subsidize this when really this could be something that creates a huge demand for waste tires, which we have a lot of in a state with almost 40 million people.
Right.
And I'm just wondering, what is the end game here? When is this gonna, like, the grant money can go to a million other things? And when is the state gonna really start procuring it and using it for good? So I guess, and you probably don't have the answer to that question, but I would just say, I would appreciate it if you take it back because I do feel like, when I was advisor to the chair, this was a already established program and that was in 2000. So when does this end and when can we redirect that money to other things and get the state to buy the waste tire, crumb tires and use it? It's for those who don't know, it's extremely effective, durable, and it reduces noise by 4 decibels. And so it's a noise reduction technique. It molds better, it moves more, it cracks less, and it's actually hard to spec because they couldn't make it fail. So that's a problem we'd like to have. And anyway, I'd like to just bring that up, and maybe if you could bring that back to leadership, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Most definitely. Will do, Heidi. Thank you for that. I think they actually did a project out in Inyo. Department of Transportation, actually, I think they did. I remember being out there. And you're right, no cracks, nothing. So I'll definitely bring it to leadership and see what direction they are gonna envision taking this.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for adding that in, Heidi. Okay, Melissa, you're gonna follow up on that.
Yep.
And I think we're good. So thank you so much for being here with us today.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, so we have some business matters to take care of, and we're going to skip around on the agenda. So we're going to go straight to item B, approval of the ESJPA 2025 audited financial statements. And it is an action item, so you're ready to make motions and all that stuff.
Thank you, Chair Parlin.
We did have a quorum to start the meeting, so hopefully we should still.
We still do, yes.
Yeah. Thanks, Craig.
Okay, so for the board's consideration and approval, we do have the audited financial statements for ESJPA. This is for our calendar year ended 2025. The audited financial statements were prepared by Baker Tilly, who's our auditors. They've been our auditors for quite a few years. The audited financial statements include an unmodified opinion or a clean opinion. There's no items that were identified during the course of the audit, including any adjustments or deficiencies in the way that we report things or record things. In other words, in the controls that we operate in from a financial reporting perspective. So for the board's consideration and approval, I do have a copy of the financial statements as well as the required communications from auditors for approval. And this is, like Chair Parlin said, this is an action item. And there's two different items, but we can take it under one recommendation. So,
okay.
if there's any questions?
Yeah. Any questions on our Financial statements, anyone? I'm looking online, don't see any. So does anyone want to make a motion to, I think it's approve them? Yep, approval. Mhm.
Motion to approve. Second.
All right, and do we have to do a roll call vote? We do, because we have online participants.
County. Mono. Mono, I. No, wait. Oh, sorry.
Mono and Solano.
Motion and
Solano.
Solano.
Yep.
Sorry,
Sorry, Julie.
And they're not in alphabetical order.
What?
They're not.
We're so special.
Okay, wait. I do that first and then I share, right?
Okay,
wait.
hang on, everyone. We're going to do a roll call vote in just a moment.
No. And Solano. Okay. And then record.
Yep.
And then share. First.
Share this on Zoom. And share your screen.
Where's my Zoom?
Maggie makes it look so easy.
Where's my little screen? There it is.
Oh my God.
Make it, there you go.
Closed session, she had that.
Share
going
screen.
on.
This one.
Be this one, so that.
This too.
Yep.
It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
There you go.
All
Now you
right.
can go back to your grandkids.
Oh, it's coming.
It's come.
Here
I'm
we
not.
go.
I'm not as swift
Yay,
as
look at
Maggie.
that. We're so professional. Yay,
Okay,
like it.
so go
Julie.
to vote.
Okay.
Alpine County. Do I just put them as absent?
Yes.
Amador County.
Yes.
Butte County.
Aye.
Calaveras County. Colusa County. Was that somebody on Colusa now? Del Norte County.
Aye.
El Dorado County.
Aye.
Glenn County. Imperial County. Inyo County.
Inyo, yes.
Kings County.
Jen.
Kings County. Lake County.
We lost Lars.
Lassen County. Madera County. Mariposa County. Modoc County. Mono County.
Aye.
Nevada County. Plumas County.
Yes.
Shasta County.
Shasta, I.
Sierra County. Siskiyou County. Solano County.
Aye.
Tehama County.
Yes.
Trinity County.
Aye.
Tuolumne County.
Aye.
And it passed.
Awesome. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for running that, Julie. Oh, we get to do another one. All right, we're going to move on to, thanks, Melina.
Thanks, Melina.
Move on to approval of the minutes from our June 11th meeting. Did everybody?
Del
read
Norte
them?
moves to approve.
I have a motion. Do I have a
okay.
second?
Second.
Who's that?
Okay, hang on.
Okay. Julie's catching up to us.
Yeah,
And I didn't
okay.
hear any questions or comments about the
Oh,
minutes, so.
minutes. Active. Motion. We need Lauren and record.
Yeah.
Go vote.
There you go.
Woo. All right. Thanks for hanging in with us. Alpine County. Amador County.
Yes.
Butte County.
Yes.
Calaveras County. Colusa County. Del Norte County.
Yes.
El Dorado County.
Aye.
Glenn County. Imperial County. Inyo County.
Inyo, yes.
Kings County. Lake County,
It's so fun.
Lassen County, Madera County, Mariposa County, Modoc County, Mono County. Aye. Nevada County, Plumas County,
Yes.
Shasta County,
Yes.
Sierra County, Siskiyou County, Solano County,
Aye.
Tehama County,
Yes.
Trinity County,
Aye.
Tuolumne County,
Aye.
and the motion passed.
Great. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
We'll move on to an update by Stacy on our E ESJPA member outreach.
Yes, this is going to be brief, but I just wanted to give a brief update on some of our activities that we've been doing. Part of the business plan and part of our directive through the business plan that y'all just approved in our March meeting was for us to get out there and go out, visit some of our ESJPA member counties, go do presentations to the boards of supervisors and that sort of thing. So in mid-June, we went and we spent some time with Talia in Glenn County. We presented before the Butte County Board of Supervisors about ESJPA and what it is that we do. The presentation seemed very well received, and we went and toured Glenn County's transfer station. And I think Talia is watching. She's not noticed, but I do believe she's watching. So we appreciated her hosting us and for taking us on a tour and giving us the access to her board. Travis Legault and I are working on scheduling some more visits now. We're going up to Siskiyou County in early October. We'll be up there for another one of our affiliate meetings. So we're going to stop by and see Supervisor Kobseff and the folks up in Siskiyou. Actually, it's the last week of September, I think. And we're also working on scheduling a whole bunch of other site visits. So working on getting ourselves out there and visiting some of our counties that maybe we haven't seen for a while, maybe we haven't been to for a while. And we're also going to try to get up and see Ted in Del Norte. So yeah, I just want to let you know we're working on it. We're doing it. It's happening. And it's going to continue to happen. And there's Travis. So Travis has been helping me put all that together and been going on the visits with me and with Larry. So yeah, that's what I've got.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for spreading the word all over the state. All right. We'll move on to item 4. Do we have any members of the public, not board, not county members, but members of the public? I don't know if we have any. Do you see anybody, Stacy? All right. Then we'll move on to now the member county concerns or comments. And I know we do a lot of questions and stuff during our presentations, but there still might be a lingering issue out there. Does anybody, I'm not seeing anyone. Craig, maybe?
Yeah, this is Craig with Butte. We had one recently. I buy prepackaged salads for lunch, and I don't use the dressing, so I have this oil and vinegar packet that came along with it. Does Cal Recycle consider this organic material, since it is? And should it go in the green waste bin, or where do we dispose of it? Does it just go in trash? Because now this packaging falls under SB 54, which no longer can go in the trash. So what do I do with the remnants?
Doug, do you have some thoughts on that?
Yeah, actually, Craig, first thing I would say is that actually it can't even go in the trash because it's more than 50% liquid. So that's already a violation of California landfill standards. And so you would have to actually drain that, and then you can put it in the trash because there is no real good film plastic market at this point, and there's no real good collection system. Hopefully 54 will change that, or we're going to see a significant shift in how things are packaged.
Well, kill weeds. And like, do you
Thank
have a
you.
friend that likes salad dressing or something you could give it to?
And your plumber would definitely tell you not to pour that down your drain too,
Right.
because it's gonna contribute to grease buildup. So
will it kill
Or in your
weeds in the
organics
garden?
bin
So I
on
pour
leaves
down
or
the
whatever,
dirt.
because it is biodegradable and compostable, that material. So that's a good point. Thank you, Stacey. for bringing
Yeah,
that.
no, that's really, there's always something new with all of this. So, yeah.
Oh, Supervisor Marshall.
Oh, go ahead, Jen.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Lori. Yeah, I'm baffled about the salad dressing. I'm glad to know that.
Right?
So just super quick to throw it out there, Inyo County's waste franchise agreement expires at the end of the year, and it was quite fraught and contentious. Apparently, this was before I was on the board, but it allowed for 2 operators, and then at some point, one of the operators wanted to sell, and so the board allowed for the existing remaining operator to buy the other one. So we have what appears to be a monopoly according to our public. But yet, interestingly, there's a couple of businesses that have sprung up in our area, and they really want us to open the franchise agreement. And it seems to be a staff-heavy, intensive process. If anybody's gone through this, I would love any ideas or thoughts as we get to the end of our expiration date of our franchise agreement. Thank you.
Yeah, I would say here in Plumas County, we had sort of a similar situation. We have 2 franchise contractors, and both of those contracts ended up getting extended by 5 years for a sort of complicated set of circumstances. But I'll make sure that you get my email and we can talk about it.
Perfect. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that.
Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Debbie?
Not a concern. I was just curious who here in the room or online today is going to CRRA. Hands up.
Hands up. There's some hands online for you. Oh, good.
Cool.
Got a good
I'll
group
be there.
going.
Find each other.
That'd be nice. And then Rhonda, did you have something?
Yes, it's not a concern, just a announcement that Mono County has, doesn't have a landfill, but we have an air curtain burner now at our transfer station inside, which we had a demonstration. We've opened it up. They're very compact and very safe, but I wouldn't stand that very close to it because it's very hot there. And I did have some pictures that I sent to Stacy there, but it's quite an operation. It's very low tech to speak of, but it does put out a lot of heat. It does put flame out and you see it, but the smoke, when it gets going and fill it up, and you can have a loader, you could have the claw just dump organic waste in there and keep it burning, and it burns about 15 tons at a session before they want it to cool down. So it's really remarkable because having a lot of green waste, and then we have a lot of waste, a lot of trees and debris from a recent fire that are coming down, and converting this to complete ash and just keep burning that way. So it's really helping with our green waste cleanup as well.
Very good. Nice. Anybody else? Craig, you got something else?
Yeah, this is Craig with Butte County. I just want member agencies that manage landfills to be aware CARB is coming in doing POP inspections, and they are fining you heavily on these inspections, and there is no matrix on why they're choosing the fees that they're fining you. But I just want to throw that out there so people are aware.
Yeah, good heads up for everyone. Thank you. Concerning, but appreciate the heads up. Anyone else? Member county concerns, comments? Okay, let's move on to our legislative update, and John Kennedy's here in the room.
All right, thanks. Can I take you on a side trip for a second, Stacy, and talk about the CP tour? I don't think we've had a meeting since then. So had the pleasure of going on a recycling tour with some of the other people in the room. It was a lot of fun. Houston, Austin, and Dallas. Not the best place to go in the middle of July, but it was enjoyable nonetheless. Got to develop great relationships and improve relationships with some of the directors of various state departments and legislators. Spent some time with Emily with CAA and got to talk about the plan and how 54 is going to roll out. But also got to see some interesting facilities, including a chemical recycling refinery, run by ExxonMobil and asking some hard questions there about what really happens with the stuff that goes in and what gets recycled. Got to see how landfills are run in Texas, and it was eye-opening. There's a family-owned landfill in Austin that decided to use their open space next door to the landfill on this 2,000-acre property for something new and different, and so had the opportunity to pet a white rhino and see some giant giraffes. So they run landfills differently there, very clean. The owners live right next door to the landfill. It was just very, very, very different. And their Habitat for Humanity reuse store was intriguing because they are blending the reuse store with a 3D printer. And so if they get something that has, missing light sconces or something else, they can 3D print the missing pieces for the fixture and put that fixture back into the market for a useful life. And they make the plastic out of ground up tubs and totes. So your Rubbermaid totes come in and they grind them up and will 3D print any accessories. So anyway, it was a fun opportunity. Appreciate RCRC sending me and, Doug and others inviting me on those trips because they're pretty fun. Now going back to legislation, and I'm sure I missed a lot of other stuff that we saw, but it was a good experience. Legislation, one of the bigger bills that's up should be amended today. It's AB 28 by Assemblymember Schiavo. This is a bill dealing with the fire at Chiquita Canyon. There's another fire at a waste management facility, the subsurface elevated temperature event at another waste management facility down in Southern California. So she dusted off AB 28 to impose some additional requirements, inject cow recycle into this regulatory process, and give the state some additional tools and resources to not only coordinate response actions, but issue significant penalties if your landfill operator does not really do what they need to do to try and bring the event back under control. We had been working with quite a few other coalition members in opposing some provisions of the bill. I think we've settled on some amendments that should go into print today that will enable us to remove our opposition. So this is a bill that's similar in scope and nature to ARB's landfill methane regulation, where the LMR has response actions that are tiered at 131, really 146 degrees, and then 170 degrees. Schiavo's bill allows cow recycle to develop emergency regs and come in and react and order corrective action at 131 degrees. We've been successful in making this not temperature exclusive, and cow recycle has to consider other operational factors and conditions. It's not just at a single well at one point in time, but it's at over a larger area over a longer period of time. So it will create some additional costs, burdens, and obligations on locals, but we were very much operating in damage control environment, trying to reduce the costs and impacts and align this with the LMR as much as possible, because the story and narrative is so compelling across the street about what's going on with Chiquita Canyon, and this is the author's biggest bill, that there was no way to really do anything else. And it does provide the tools to enable the state to effectively respond to some of these events and respond in a much more coordinated manner. So we approached it as local agencies from the perspective of both we're operators of these landfills and want to make sure our landfills are operating safely, and want to make sure that those who operate private landfills in our communities are also operating them safely and not causing community impacts. So hopefully that one will be fine. I don't want to jinx anything. We should be getting an amendment in there that exempts some of the facilities that are exempt from the LMR, and will exempt smaller landfills under 450,000 tons of waste in place. Our concern is if you're not already monitoring for temperatures at those facilities and have a well where you can monitor for temperatures, we don't want this to be interpreted as enabling cow recycle to come in and force you to drill a new well and start monitoring those temperatures, even though you're not subject to LMR. So hopefully we'll be in a good place tomorrow on that. More to report at our next ESJPA meeting. And, Kayla, Doug, anyone else, feel free to throw in more if I've missed anything. Next, AB 1812. This is a bill dealing with compostable plastics. This one has been all over the place all year. What we were trying to do with this bill and supporting this bill was to ensure that we're not going to have plastic-based compostable plastics in our waste stream that we're going to have to manage and pull out of our compost systems as a contaminant. It's been a very contentious issue. BPI has been strongly opposed, as has the business community all year. The bill ultimately was held in Senate Appropriations Committee. There are efforts to grant another extension for compostable plastics to continue to be sold and marketed as compostable in California. Right now, we have a phase-out date of, I believe it's June 30th of next year, after which we should have fewer contaminants in our waste system and have fewer compostable plastics that we will have to deal with. Just a heads up, there are efforts underway to create a glide path to allow for the continued sale and marketing of compostable fruit and vegetable stickers, perhaps compostable tea pods and coffee pods, and maybe even compostable bin liners. So there's a lot swirling on in the arena. There's federal legislation on this. We are opposing the Federal PAC Act that Assemblymember Gray is one of the co-sponsors on. And we are probably going to be engaging with USDA pretty soon as they consider pathways for compostable plastics to be allowed as an organic input. That's what I have on 1812. Feel free to chime in, anyone else, if I've missed anything. SB 501 is a bill we're happy to co-sponsor with National Stewardship Action Council and RRCC that would require manufacturers of medium format rechargeable lithium-ion batteries to take a greater role and responsibility in managing those. These are going to be your e-bike, e-scooter batteries that are coming into our facilities. So trying to get out in front of the waste stream and reduce our costs and compliance burdens to manage those streams of hazardous waste. SB 922 by Senator Laird is on the governor's desk. This bill deals with a recent court decision that restricts our ability to charge franchisees for road maintenance costs. So when garbage trucks roll through our communities, they create impacts to our roads, and oftentimes we've built into our franchise agreements that those haulers are to reimburse us for a share of those costs. A court decision last year, perhaps, came in and said we couldn't do that anymore. And so the League of Cities ran a bill. We were happy to join on as co-sponsors with CSAC to enable us as local governments to get those road maintenance costs from franchisees in our franchise agreements. Next, AB 1617. This is a bill we're sponsoring from Juan Alanis. It just passed the Senate today, goes back to the Assembly for concurrence, and then on the way to the governor. This is a bill that Larry has been really helpful on, trying to align our household hazardous waste reporting requirements between CalRecycle and DTSC. Shouldn't be this hard, but is. I'll jump to the nitrous oxide bills, SB 758 and SB 936 by Umberg and Blakespeare. These are bills that we are sponsoring to restrict the sale of nitrous oxide. 758 says that tobacco retailers, except for grocery stores, can't sell nitrous oxide, which is widely used as a recreational inhalant and is very expensive for us to manage in our facilities. SB 936 by Blakespeare goes a step further and bans the sale of all flavored nitrous oxide in the state of California and bans the sale of large nitrous oxide cylinders. So we'd still be able to sell and buy the small silver chargers for your whipped cream canisters, but not the giant ones as are made over in West Sac and lots of other places in the state that are very challenging for us to manage. Hopefully both of those will be signed into law, and we will be very happy about that. It's been a fun opportunity to collaborate with other local governments, with Orange County, National Stewardship Action Council, and San Diego District Attorney.
Hey, John, really
Yes.
quick on that. Whenever those things come up in conversations, I'm always asked, what about online sales? And then what about tribal?
So we are also dealing with online sales. It applies to both in person and online. There are penalties. Someone's probably going to game the system, and we can't fully shut off that valve, but we're doing what we can.
Okay.
Tribal properties, we can't really do anything there.
Okay.
There is federal legislation that Congressman Mullen has introduced that we will be supporting. both this Congress and next Congress have not yet done that, but that's really the approach we need to take because we're modeling our bills after, I think it was Louisiana and Nebraska. So yes, there's a lot we can and should do here, but we need to close the loop at the national level.
Perfect. Thanks.
And then finally, AB 2667, our sponsored bill on vapes. This has been a long and difficult journey with DTSC. I can have so many conversations about our frustrations with the department on this one, but I will leave it at, as we are going to be amending the bill probably tomorrow or Monday, it will provide a better pathway and more tools for schools to manage vapes that are confiscated from students. There will be clear pathways for both the schools and for local HHW facilities to accept vapes that schools generate. It will allow us to go to a school site and pick up those vapes from the school site if they can't transport them to our facility themselves. Again, optional, not mandatory, but just providing more tools for locals. We'll provide some clarification on how many vapes you can accumulate and remain under the 2.2 pound limit for acutely hazardous waste, which is incredibly important. We had to remove the components of the bill that would allow HHW facilities to disassemble vapes as a cost-saving measure. DTSC didn't think that could be done safely under any circumstances, even with trained personnel. It was a wonderful experience because I'm out at the park down the street with my 7-year-old to practice for flag football tryouts, and he's kicking something over to me. It's a vape, and I pull it up. It's empty. The vape says it has 0% battery and 0% liquid left. So I take it home with me, and sitting there on my workbench, it's like, I could crack this. I'm very, very cautious in approaching it. Had it disassembled in 40 seconds and completely disassembled in less than 2 minutes. Really would probably take anyone about 30 seconds to disassemble this and safely manage it. That's what DTSC says can't safely be done by anyone, including trained personnel that have the authorization by your local CUPA and your local fire people saying that you can do this safely. So that's my frustration. It's very difficult. Larry's sat in on these conversations. I'm still scarred, still trying to deal with it. Thank you for letting me vent. But we need more tools. And I think that's the message to DTSC. We need more tools to figure out how to manage the things that are coming into our facilities. Don't tell us no, help us work towards solutions. And finally, the last component that we are excited about, the bill bans disguised vapes. So your highlighter vapes, your Sharpie vapes, and video game vapes will be banned under the bill too. So we should be better able to know that the Sharpies that are coming to our recycling facilities and MRFs are actually Sharpies and not disguised vapes with lithium-ion batteries that could be crushed and cause fires. I think that's it. There's a lot more out there. Several other bills in the solid waste arena have died over the course of the year. I know Doug and some others have some other presentations on bills, but I'm happy to leave it there, answer any questions, and then have a quick comment on SB 54 as well. Larry, did you have something?
Might be afraid to ask this question, but if we developed a training method and I was showing people how to do it, how many people think their HHW crews might be interested in disassembling vapes?
Cool.
I bet your kid could have done it in about 15 seconds.
I didn't even use a hammer. I mean, it would have been so much easier with the
He wasn't
hammer
even trained.
or a saw.
Yeah, right.
Right. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Okay, Valerie.
Yeah. So the 2.2 pounds for the vape,
Mhm.
the weight to transport, is that a HHW law or where's that come from?
It's federal law. So in order to qualify as a very small quantity generator, you have to generate less than 2.2 pounds of acutely hazardous waste. That's not just vapes, it's all acutely hazardous waste. But for schools, I mean, a bucket of vapes may come in. The question is that over 2.2 pounds? Is it under? Do you count the entire weight of the vape, maybe 4 or 6 ounces, or just the cartridge that may be 30 grams? We're clarifying it's 30 grams, the cartridge, the maximum amount of the cartridge.
Okay. And then my other thing is in Chico, last week, a waste management truck caught fire in a prestigious neighborhood and had to empty all the recycling out over a block and a half surface in these really nice posh homes.
Do you have
And
pictures?
people came out and it's on the news. It's online. It's online. Yeah. But yeah, it was truck was still smoking once it emptied because stuff got up into the top of the truck. But
Wow.
yeah, it was a good day.
Maybe that nice neighborhood will help you guys with some messaging for the public or something, you know? Gosh, anyone else for
If it-
questions for
If
John?
it happened in a nice
Oh, there's
neighborhood, it
Ted.
came from the neighborhood, right?
Go ahead, Ted.
Yeah, I just want to echo John's frustration. In general, I think it's very hard to try to manage systems where materials that don't fit into those systems are accepted without any gates or saying prohibitions, and then saying we can't deal with the materials once they're in the system and yet they're illegal and causing fires. This is a recipe for disaster.
Yep. You forgot to mention they're still being sold. Right.
Well, actively. And there's no, so how can we be expected to actually address this and reduce the hazards associated with this management if the legislature is or the agencies responsible are blocking us at every turn?
Completely agreed. The silver lining that's come out of this that we hope to double down on through a letter. I'm always nervous to send letters asking questions of regulatory agencies because we know what can happen. But DTSE has told us several times now that cannabis vapes are not considered hazardous waste. They will be considered e-waste because of the battery, but the cannabis cartridge in the vape is not considered hazardous waste because we passed a state statute saying it's not hazardous waste. So that should open up some more opportunities for your local cannabis retailers to take back cannabis vapes and manage those cannabis vapes as e-waste and not necessarily either have to use our facilities or have those materials come into our facilities. A small portion of the waste stream, but one that should help regardless. So we'll send a letter asking for something in writing on that and how we can do that. And we've been working with the cannabis industry on that as well.
Very good.
All right.
Anyone else?
If nothing else, can I make a couple of comments on 54? So sorry, I missed the discussion on 54 this morning and compliance. Stop Waste has been a tremendous leader in this, both in terms of with the advisory board and also in terms of trying to help other local governments understand and comply with the requirements. I will say we did submit some comments, about 10 pages of comments on CAA's producer responsibility plan. We have a number of very, very serious concerns and misgivings about what they've suggested. They seem to be trying to further limit the scope of what can be reimbursed by establishing limits on what types of transportation will be reimbursed, the distance over which they'll provide reimbursements. They try to say that we're only going to provide rural reimbursements for anything sent more than 50 miles, and the law is very clear. It's any transportation costs. So pushing back on ways that they're trying to limit cost recovery, dispute resolution. And they're also trying to intrude upon some local land use authority and environmental permitting authority by restricting the reimbursement of facilities that may be located in vast regions of the state, including, say, environmental justice communities, which include Cal Virus Green, rural areas, low income and unincorporated areas. They'll only approve payments if we do some additional community engagement. We do environmental analysis and mitigation, even if it's not required under CEQA, and reach all of their other targets and requirements. So it's overstepping for a private organization. It's not authorized under the statute, under the regulations. And, they're still obligated to provide reimbursements, especially if they're local facilities. So we hit back pretty hard on that. I don't know that was their intention. They're also misreading some provisions of the law that they think give them that authority, but we'll see what happens. Hopefully there will be some changes to their plan going forward.
All right. Anyone else for John? Are we good? Thank you. And John, thank you for your advocacy for all of us. We really appreciate it. And I know, Doug, you were kind of chomping at the bit, it looked like, but I'm like, you know what, you're next on the agenda. So I'm like, you can just wait a second. But thank you for that. We're moving along pretty good. But now we'll move on to our extended producer responsibility reports. And Doug, you're first up.
Thank you, Supervisor. I was just getting ready to chime in. So I would absolutely wait for Mr. Kennedy to finish his spiel. So I'm going to touch on just 3 bills that CPSC has been working on this year. One of them is on your list for your agenda. That's 762, AB 762. That is our combined co-sponsored bill with CAW, Californians Against Waste, Rethink Waste out of San Mateo County, and then also CalPERG, which is the California Public Interest Research Group. And so the four of us co-sponsors have been carrying this bill along. With cannabis, we had cannabis on these devices, these single-use vaping devices, up until January, and we were going to lose the bill if we didn't jettison cannabis. So, John, thank you for that update on that. I'm hoping we'll eventually have some progress on the cannabis industry, but they have such a strong presence in the Capitol, they would have killed our bill right then and there. So, since then, we have continued to push this bill along. Basically, a disposable vape is one that is not rechargeable and it does not have a removable pod. So as long as they can meet those two criteria, it becomes a reusable one, and then it's excluded from this sales ban. And so basically, that's what it is a sales ban on those. I appreciate that 2667 also has some overlap with us on the specialty ones like the hoodie vapes and the highlighter vapes and all those other ones, but those would actually fall in both, I would suspect, both camps. So I think we're getting them coming and going, but that bill is on the Senate floor right now. And so it's been a challenge, but I think it's going to get through and get signed by the governor, but we'll have to wait and see, as we always know that sometimes things just don't go the way we want them to. Two other bills. One I'll start with is the one that's no longer valid. It got held in appropriations. That's Senate Bill 1010. This was the refrigeration EPR bill. It started out as an EPR bill with Senator Ashby, and it was dealing with a local issue that one of her constituent businesses was having about the cutting of lines on refrigerators. That is illegal, and the Freon was being vented, and this was just to avoid the costs of properly managing the materials. And so there is a program that's run by DTSE called the Certified Appliance Recycler Program, but that program is pretty simple. Basically, it's a page-and-a-half form. You fill it out if you want to be a car. That's what they call it, a car. You sign under penalty of perjury. You're going to do all these things, and then that's it. No funding, there's no payment to DTSC, there's no follow-up, there's basically not much of anything going on. So it's basically on the honor system. And so Senator Ashby decided to pivot to just an enforcement bill to give DTSC more authority, because basically this was an unfunded program for DTSC. And we always love how DTSC never has any money or never enough money. And so we try to give them money. We try to give them money to run this program and have a application fee for the car program, have a renewal fee, have the ability to collect fines should they find somebody that's out of compliance and can't come into compliance. Unfortunately, the bill died in appropriations because DTSC decided to tag it with an $8.5 million per year price tag. And so in this climate right now of affordability, that was a death nail for the bill. We were about to add some amendments out of appropriations that would have reduced those costs to the state, having the Koopas, who are already boots on the ground in the counties, be able to do those inspections and charge separately on their own, as they do already for like landfill inspections or other types of activities. So, but unfortunately, that price tag did kill that bill. Senator Ashby is adamant at this point to bring that bill back again next year, and this time we will bring it with the amendments already in place. So CPSC will continue to be the sponsor of that bill as we move forward next into the new session. Then also the last bill I'll cover is our AB 904. You may remember this bill as AB 80 from last year. This is the carpet bill to do some changes to the carpet program to pick up where AB 863 left off. That was NSAC sponsored that bill with Assemblymember Aguilar-Curry. And so Assemblymember Aguilar-Curry asked us to carry this bill forward, AB 80. So the big things to think about for AB 904, which is the new number, it did get out of appropriations. It is on the Senate floor right now. The big changes to that bill or that program are going to be, one, if you are collecting carpet, you will now collect that carpet at no cost to the public. You will be reimbursed for your cost by the program. So it'll be very much like the mattress program. So if you're familiar with that, you drop your mattresses off for free at the facilities, and then the facilities load that up into a trailer, and then that goes for recycling. The same thing will now happen with carpet. So we fully expect that the facilities will see more traffic, especially from the installers who may not have a bin at their own facility. They are right now having to pay for that disposal of that carpet. So if they're paying for disposal, why would they want to recycle it too and have to spend the time to put it into a trailer? So now that'll be converted over, and then the facilities will get reimbursed for those costs. So I think this is a really good change. Also, another change is that there will now be a 14-member fully voting member board for the California Carpet Program. And so under the changes of AB 863 from last session, there was 4 non-voting members that were added, but that's actually in violation of California nonprofit law. So we're straightening that out. And also it's going to give the opportunity for those new voting members, 6 of them, all appointed by the legislature, 3 from the Senate and 3 from the Assembly. They will actually have a voting voice, not just a listening voice, but a voting voice on that board. And so that we expect that to have some good ramifications for the program. So, and then right now, as the bill is in print today, there are some minor changes that were added in, minor amendments. There will be some floor amendments that were basically technical assistance by CalRecycle to improve the program. And so those we'll see as floor amendments, but that's where that bill is now. We fully expect it to get out. The bill has 0 opposition, has had unanimous votes. And so we fully expect it to get to the governor, and there should be absolutely no reason for him not to sign it. So
Nice.
that's my update.
That's nice to hear once in a while, huh? Mike, you got some question?
On the carpet thing, are they going to cover, provide transportation like a sea container or something to load it into? And are they going to transport it? And what are they talking about for reimbursement rates on the carpet stuff? Or have they set any of that up yet?
So from the transportation and recycling, that's already covered now under the program. So that shouldn't change. The only thing that's going to change is now when you're, as a facility operator, when you're exerting labor, equipment to load that trailer, that will be reimbursed. And so what happened with the mattress program, I was heavily involved in that when that started up, and we actually did a time and motion study. So I would encourage all of you public entities that have a facility, do a little time and motion of your current carpet program that you have on site, track your hours, track your labor or your equipment, because that will be reimbursable through the program. And then right now it's a per mattress. You get a reimbursed per mattress right now under the mattress program. Obviously, you can't do that with carpet. It'll be a per ton. And so it would likely be on the outbound tons going out of the facility. And so track your costs, develop that, what you believe that reimbursement model should be, so that when CARE comes a knocking, you have some numbers to provide them, say, okay, this is what it costs us when that stuff is put on the ground. This is what it costs us to put it in the trailer. And
You don't think it'll be a uniformed rate across the state? It will be more site specific?
I would hope so. I know that that's how the mattress program rolled out. They started with Sacramento County when I was there. That's when I was helping with that program. And so I would expect similar. There will be some differences because obviously cost of operation in the Bay Area versus up in like Ted's neck of the woods up in Del Norte, or up in the foothills. It's all a little bit different. And so I would expect to see some variation in those costs. There should be in reality, but that's still going to be ferreted out as we go forward on the program.
Okay, thanks.
I have one follow-up question. It's just what I've seen from our current carpet care work at our main transfer station. It's not there is an obstacle to getting in and dropping it off. And I can work with that about how we don't charge for that. But the obstacle I hear from the flooring contractors and such is you're asking me to take something that I literally rip off the floor and cut it into these, roll it up, cut it into 4 foot with lengths. And that seems to be the obstacle when they're doing demolition. That I'm still seeing way too much carpet that just goes in a dump trailer with all of the rest of the demolition and hitting the transfer station floor. Is there any thought about how to mitigate that cost, or is there any discussion of what happens with how it has to be packaged into that container?
So that's been, I think, a stumbling block as well at the facilities, is having to roll that carpet up and neatly put it into the trailers. I know that's been the program for a long time. There is no requirements in the program to date in statute that requires a specific way to do that. I know when I was at Sacramento County, I negotiated with them to actually allow us to have covered roll-offs, and we would just use a claw loader and just drop it in. and the cover was there primarily for the inclement weather. So that seemed to work really well. That's not CARE's preferred alternative because it's a little more pricey than dropping a trailer and having you load that. But now if they're going to start incurring costs, manual labor, equipment labor to get those things ready to get it into the trailer, that might change. Maybe they're having covered roll-offs, and there are plenty of companies out there that can carry two 40-yarders at the same time with either a roll-off trailer or a long roll-off trailer. And so I think we may see some changes there, but that's going to have to, again, be ferreted out as this rolls out. But the key message is that if you're going to be part of the CARE program and you're collecting, you will not charge at the gate. And that is to help prevent carpet from just going into landfill and actually getting more recovery.
Won't charge anything?
Yeah, so Ted, it will be free of charge to the from the facility. You will not charge a per ton rate, which is currently the practice, because your costs will be covered. And I know, Ted, you've had a lot of fun with the mattress program, so I totally understand that. And so, I will certainly commit to work with you, sir, as my board chair, to make sure we make this program work as well as possible for you.
Yeah, that's obviously my concern. Because essentially in our area, the mattress program has stopped working in an effective way, and that they won't participate with our transfer station, and they underprovide services elsewise. And that's because we are required to take that material for no charge. And Mattress Recycling Council is unwilling to pay us those costs or provide an equally convenient program. I'm very concerned about the carpet program, in which we now are able to charge like half the price of trash price, and people do load that material into the trailers, and they, because of the lower price, are willing to roll that material up. And I'm concerned if I'm required to take that at no charge, that the carpet folks are actually going to cover our costs or provide an equivalent program based on my experience. Thank you.
Yeah, and Ted, just as a reminder, and we can take this offline. I'll show you the text. We actually took all of your concerns into consideration and on timing, how many hours they need to be available. There's a lot more prescriptive requirements in 904 about a site, how long they have to be open, how many days a week, what days of the week, et cetera, to make sure that we don't emulate the problem you've been having up there.
Thank you so much. If they cover our costs, I'm fine taking it for no charge. That's not a problem. But like I said, my experience has been it's more challenging than I would anticipate, just actually getting them to acknowledge and cover those real costs. Thank you.
Yeah,
that's a good point. And then Larry, you had something?
Yeah, two things. One, to add on what Ted mentioned. One of the ways that particularly private industries regulate their rates at the gate rate is they figure out what income they're getting, what the costs are. So when you take away something free for carpet, that cost that they may have to come out somewhere else unless they're getting paid directly for that reimbursement of the carpet. So it could adjust the rates at the gate that residents have to pay because that company would lose that additional income from the carpet.
And we did experience that with the mattress program. We had one private sector large facility, we'll go unnamed, that was making they were charging $46 per mattress coming in the gate. And so they were not very enticed to go to about $3 or $4 a mattress to put it in a trailer. Eventually they did come around. It took some pressure, some shaming, and then they came around.
Valerie?
The other part of it was that when they figured out what the cost would be for mattresses, they based it upon a MRF where they had a forklift right there ready to move things. I think we were able to negotiate a differential rate in the rural areas where you don't have a forklift or a loader right there. You have to bring it in from the other side of the landfill to move it. So that labor equipment cost is higher when you have to do that. And they accommodated that in the mattress, I believe.
Yeah, in our neck of the woods, there's a transfer station and a MRF that charge their customers for mattresses. So we end up getting all that overflow because they're charging $30 for a queen and $40 for a king and $15 for a single. And so they come over to us and I make a phone call to the Mattress Council and I let them know this is happening, where it's happening. It happened today at this time. This is the customer's name, whatever. And we take them for free. So every now and then we get those. I haven't had one in a couple of months, so it seems like situation's been fixed, but if it happens again, I just go through the same process.
Now, where do those mattresses from that particular location go? They don't come to you, right? After they've charged?
Well, they want to charge the customer and the customer says no, and they drive all the way to Butte County from Colusa or Tehama or wherever they're coming from, and they bring it to us for free.
It'd be interesting to make sure that they're not a participatory program in MRC's program, in the Bye-Bye Mattress program, because they are required by law not to charge. And so if they are accepting those, if they're shown as a site, MRC may not be aware of it. And
Yeah,
so,
that's why I make the phone call to MRC.
Yeah.
there you go.
Thank you for that, Valerie, for doing that. Mike,
On the carpet, is that going to include the pad as well, or just carpet only?
Carpet only. So pad has been a problem. Actually, pad has not been a problem until recently, but unfortunately, this is where sometimes these programs overlap. And I mentioned it earlier about 54, SB 54 and 707, and the overlap there will be on the plastics. So unfortunately, right now, and hopefully this problem will be resolved fairly soon. The mattress program with so much of the foam and so much of the mattresses now being foam, the carpet cushion manufacturers are actually taking the mattress foam over the carpet cushion, the old carpet cushion, because it's cleaner and it's at the same price, which has now created a glut for the carpet padding. And so this is where we get concerned about these programs, and we got to make sure that they roll out right. So, but at this point, our author did not want to include padding. It was suggested early on to add padding in. That doesn't mean that it won't be added in, especially if we continue to have this issue where the carpet padding may end up in landfill because just there's no market for it anymore.
Yeah, and the installers throw all the tack strips in the carpet and roll it up because it's easy to carry it. So those end up in there as well.
good point. Okay. All right. Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
We're moving on. National Stewardship Action Council, and Heidi is online.
Hi, there's been so much covered already. I, don't have huge amounts to cover. John covered a lot. Doug covered a lot. I'm just sitting here. I was watching. Unfortunately, the Assembly has adjourned, and the two bills that we've co-sponsored with you and others on the SB 936, the NOx cylinders, and the SB 501, the medium format batteries, did not get pulled up yet, but they're both on the agenda. So hopefully they'll be getting off the Assembly floor and off to the governor later today, or I don't know when they're reconvening, John, but that we're really close on those. So again, thank you for all your support on those. I did want to emphasize a couple things John said. One is opposing the PAC Act at the national level. That's a very big deal. We were the co-sponsors of the bill on truth in labeling. There's a federal effort to preempt the California law and put a much lower bar in. And we have to really be protective of that, because the packaging program is not going to work if the labels keep telling people things are recyclable or compostable and they're not. They're going to continue to put them in the wrong containers, and you're going to continue to have contamination and problems and costs. So definitely want to reiterate that. Also reiterate the value of the study trip. We're so grateful John can come every year and you have people on that trip. We also did a local one for just last week with SEER, the California Electronic Asset Recovery in Mather, and also Visions, a local paint recycler, which also presented to us in Texas at my urging, because it's important for the legislators to understand why California businesses that started here are expanding in Texas. And we learned a lot. And I think they really now understand where some of the problems are and what needs to be fixed, which I'm thrilled about. And we heard the problems that are happening with DTSC on the vapes and the costs that are being associated with bills that are outrageous. The legislators heard that, and people running like Lieutenant Governor Fiona Ma, she heard it loud and clear that the price tags that agencies are putting on some of these bills are completely outrageous, and there's no double check on them. And that's why we lost the marine flare bill, quite frankly, last year, is because the DTSC gave really high costs that we didn't think were reasonable either, and could have, a lot of the work could have been done locally by the Koopas. Long story short, we know we have problems in the state, and we've got to fix them, and we've got to make things more affordable and work better, which is another thing I want to raise. Is I just submitted a comment letter on the paint regs. So we sponsored the the bill 1143 with Senator Allen. It started with a hazardous waste EPR bill. We pivoted to something we could pass last year, which was paint care expansion to cover all paint products. The negotiated deal was very clear. It's an existing program, it's working, and we're adding products to it. The way the draft regulations in the informal way were presented, there's several areas where they went way too far, in my opinion. Now, I might agree with Cal Recycle's new definition of producer, but that is not what we did, and we did not authorize them to change that in the rule, which fundamentally changes Paint Care's program and how they get funding from their producers. They're very upset about this, and what the problem I wanted to highlight here for all of us who work on legislation is if we cut deals to pass bills and then the agencies don't follow the law and go further, then they will not feel comfortable supporting bills anymore. If they are not comfortable that the agency will hold the line and actually just follow what the law gave them authority to do. So I'm just saying that out loud so that everybody can hear that I think this is something we all have to, honor our deals and honor the law and make sure the agencies also do that. And then lastly, on the study trip in Texas, there was a couple things I wanted to go a little further on. One is when we saw the big landfill in Austin that John mentioned, one of the things that really impressed me was they were doing their own glass recycling on the landfill. They had enough land that they could literally grind it up, make it cleaner than it would actually be if it had gone through other facilities, and they could sit on it until the markets were high. They had enough space they could store it, and that allowed them to sell it at like 30% more than they could normally sell it per ton. So I thought that was a really fascinating thing that we learned. Also, what we learned is that their labor costs are really not that much different than California. They have to pay pretty much California labor rates to get people to work in these jobs, but they don't mandate it. So I thought that was interesting. Anyway, a lot's going on there, even though they don't have the mandates we have. And we also learned that when they don't have a bottle bill, boy, do their waterways have a lot of bottles and cans and a lot of pollution in them. So thanks again for coming, John. Thanks for all the partnership for everybody here. And hopefully we'll have a good outcome this legislative session.
Thank you, Heidi. Are there any questions at this point for Heidi?
Heidi, this
Go
is
ahead.
Valerie from Butte County. I just want to thank you for bringing up the thing about Cal Recycle, changing things and adding things to the regulation. They completely overreach in a lot of the bills. And when I ask them to show me where that says this in the law, they can't produce that. So thank you also, Larry, for teaching me that. And just keep going forward and keep asking Cal Recycle to show you where in the law it shows that, because they can't most of the time.
Right. We've got to get these agencies reined in because they don't run the bills, we do. And nobody's going to work with us if we don't make sure that at the back end, the agencies are following the law that we wrote and the legislators passed. So thank you. Appreciate it.
And thank you, Valerie, for keep asking. Thank you. Okay, if there's no other questions, we're going to go on to Christine, the Mattress Recycling Council update. Thank you for being here.
Good, almost afternoon, everybody. So we are just moving forward. I don't know how it's August. That's a whole other thing. We're slowly moving forward with adding more sites into our rural and remote jurisdictions. We have 3 sites going into Lassen County. We have a couple sites interested in Shasta County in the more remote regions. We're also working with Modoc County to add more sites to their network up there. We have not severely, but we have seriously cut down on our events that we offer. Our collection events, we're really pushing for people to use the network that we already have in exchange for using these large events. But that being said, we do still participate in some events depending on where they are being held and the communities that need them. We are still working with our environmental justice communities and some of our larger stakeholders, especially down south and up here in Northern California. We are also looking into our supply chain and what sort of units we're getting. We're getting a lot of information from our recycling network that the kinds of mattresses that are coming in have changed. We're seeing a lot of, and you've probably seen these at the store, we're seeing a lot more whole foam units. We're seeing less of those like traditional bouncy inner spring mattresses as those sort of age out of the network. So we are going to be conducting a new weight study this year to see if the composition of our mattresses has changed. We think it might, but we don't think it's going to change like severely, but we still want to, it's been a little bit since we've done this study. So we're going to be doing that up here in Northern California in September. We don't have any other expansions on the horizon. We are, even though Virginia did not work out this year, we are still working with the state of Virginia to hopefully bring a program to Virginia. The new, no, she's not new anymore, but the governor is still interested in bringing a program. She's just not interested in doing it yet. So more to come. We're also working with state of Washington, the state of New York, and the state of Massachusetts to see if those places are viable for programs, as well as we're working with the state of Hawaii to basically develop a framework of what their solid waste network looks like and whether or not we could be a part of that. That's basically, this is just a fact-finding mission. Nobody's moving to Hawaii. And then that's really all I have. We do have a few events coming up. Like I said, a few events coming up in, where are we? In Madera County, as well as Fresno County, and also Los Angeles County. So just moving along, and that's all I really have for you.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Christine? Yes, Larry, go ahead.
Not necessarily a question, but I'm impressed you found more sites in Lassen and Modoc. I look forward to seeing where those are. The other one, and to keep mentioning and keep on people's radars, making sure that particularly your public works folks and the landfill transfer station folks know that if they find mattresses disposed of, then that's part of the program, especially illegal dumping mattresses. You can get paid for those that you're collecting already. And it's a fairly simple process, although it's now evolved to having to take pictures of it, which has come up a few times. But yeah, make sure that you look into that option to get paid for those mattresses you find. So,
I actually I'm working with our special programs coordinator right now. She's actually asking for any updates on anyone who would like to join our illegally dumped mattress collection initiative, IDMCI program. So please, we will take anyone who wants to be part of that program. Even if it's a place where we already have a collection network, we always are trying to expand our illegal dumping network.
yeah, if you want to send the flyer, we can circulate
Yes,
it.
thank you.
Great. Anyone else? Thank you. And thank you for your outreach to other states. And you talked about Hawaii is an incredible need there with the constant string of disasters and things, and having such limited resources and facilities, that some of the successes that we're constantly working with them. State of California is, and those of us that went to WIR saw the great need following the fires, but then it's still raining and flooding there right now. So it's hard to keep ahead of it. Appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Okay, and then to our Pink Care update with Ariel.
Hello, good morning or afternoon. I'm Ariel Llewellyn. I'm the Northern California Program Coordinator for Pink Care. I manage over 250 sites in 20 counties in the north, so I get to see your areas quite often. I only have a pretty brief update for you today. I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention that on July 1st of this year, Paint Care proposed an amendment to the California Paint Stewardship Program Plan, requesting an increase to the program fee structure. If approved by CalRecycle, it will go into effect spring 2027. The full program plan can be found on pinkcare.org's website, but just kind of like an overview. As most folks know, our program is funded through paint sales in the state of California. And while there was a boom to those sales during lockdown, they have been steadily declining ever since. At the same time, operational costs like fuel have gone way up. And since the collection, transportation, and processing in our program accounts for around 75% of our budget needs, that is one of the high level factors. But there's a lot more information and a lot more detail put together by our leadership on pinkcare.org's website that I implore people to look at. I don't have anything really about the program expansion except just touching on what Heidi mentioned. There was a rulemaking workshop on August 4th. The public comment period ended this week. We did add some comments from our staff, and we're still, monitoring that situation. And if there's any questions I could try to answer, I'm here to help with that.
Thanks, Ariel. Does anyone have any questions of her this time or comments? Appreciate the program, and sales go up when you have disasters, and the paint color is not the one on your wall. So looking forward to keeping things going for you. Thank you. Moving to item 8, which is our solid waste regulatory update. We've gone over several things there, but there's a few things. I know John has already moved on, and we got his information there. So Larry, I'm going to turn it back over to you and Stacy to fill in what we've not discussed already.
Okay, I'll jump in solo. John's busy on a few things. So hope you enjoyed that presentation. Just give you a snapshot of what 54 is looking at, especially for the jurisdictions that have to comply. There are things that you have to do. And I'll ask again, if there's interest in our next meeting for October, we can get into more details on that covered materials list and the exemptions. If there's somebody wants to volunteer, maybe we could work with one of the jurisdictions to actually go online and see what that looks like. So people are familiar enough with the system. I don't know if it's active yet, but maybe we can get some idea of what that system looks like and go in there. So it is tricky to figure out what's covered, what isn't. And for those that have the ability for exemption, that 19 counties, 18 of our members, we do expect, hopefully by the October meeting, to have the template resolution you can adopt, fill in the blank if you want to go that route. Hopefully we can find avenues that you could participate, but if not, that option is available. And we did promise to come up with that template you could adopt by your board of supervisors for that. There's also the process that CalRecycle created to claim the rural exemption. It was a little bit lengthier than what it was on 1383, where you just send in the resolution. You have to go on the portal and do kinds of things. And Michelle mentioned that 11-minute video. We can send out a link for that to go through. But yeah, so I know a number of you are going to need that route, and we can walk through that a little bit for the next meeting.
No, I think that'd be really helpful, because those of us that will be applying for exemptions believe that there's still a great uncertainty in October, especially if it has to go before your board to have new regulations there. I think that will get the word out to people. This is the time to attend.
And maybe with Ted's blessing, we could make that the tag topic for the next meeting, is to get into more detail, pull up the online system and take a look at it in more detail.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that whoever, is it Solano County that's our member that isn't eligible for the exemption? It seems to me that such a community would probably be the one to need to take the deepest dive into the whole SB 54 process, and would be a good one to follow. We'll be trying to develop a draft staff reports and things like that to make progress next month. So I think it would be great to compare notes.
Yeah, I'm looking at our system. I don't know how much you get involved in the jurisdiction entries for that, but Butte or some of the others are probably more ingrained into that process.
Yeah, I'm not aware that we don't qualify for the exemption, but we are currently working on all of that collectively with all of our cities right now. So we can come back with an update at the October meeting about where we land on. We're doing something very similar to what Alameda County was sharing earlier.
Okay.
Be great.
So we got a tag topic. 1383 will be short. We keep it on here in case something happens, and it's been extremely disconcertingly quiet by Calvert Cycle on what they're doing. There's still a lot of jurisdictions still going through the original compliance reviews, and where we're at, we don't know yet. So if anybody's got any insight on what they've been contacted, by all means, let us know. Definitely love to hear about what's going on because it's been way too quiet on that front. Illegal dumping, I apologize for jumping out earlier. I got double booked for SEAC, the County Engineers Association, wanted a presentation on illegal dumping. So Stephanie Becker and I were over there giving a quick presentation. Saw 4 of our members in the audience over there for that discussion. Some of them may be coming back for our afternoon session. But yeah, gave them a heads up on what's going on. And we do have our next illegal dumping technical advisory committee on Tuesday. I'll make sure the flyer gets out for that. It's a public meeting, it's virtual, and we'll be talking about a number of topics. I'll spoil the fun in case you can't tune into that. But there's been an illegal dumping conference held in Alameda County for the last 5 years. They took the brunt of it, always looking for a host for it. There's language that was put into the budget trailer bill that actually survived the process, that not only did it transition the illegal dumping tech conference over to Cal Recycle to do, we've actually had some meetings on that already. It's going to be in San Diego on, what date is it? That's going to be April 26th, a Monday. It's part of the technical training series they do anyway. So it'll be in person in San Diego as part of their technical training series for the LEAs. But also there'll be a virtual tie into that, maybe even a secondary remote location, probably in Alameda County or something for people to do that. So it's not just limited to the Southern, but the conference has always been in Northern California. So it dovetails down there. So Cal Recycle's taken the lead on that conference with funding they actually have. There's also ability in there to formalize the Legal Dumping Technical Advisory Committee. What that means is going to be a discussion for our Tuesday meeting on how formal that is. Currently, that group is sort of, it's ad hoc, it's volunteer. It's more what I call the boots on the ground people involved in it. It's not a formalized advisory committee of any sort that has a charter and Brown Act and everything else. So whether it needs to be or not, it'll be part of that discussion for that. Just a reminder, the Alameda County ordinance is out there. They'd put some work into that. It's slowly being adopted in jurisdictions that you can create an ordinance locally to give teeth to the illegal dumping. It's got some very good ideas in there. It's customizable. And so that's one of the best tools available out there. Our enforcement subcommittee continues to work with the CHMIA, the Criminal Hazardous Materials Investigators, on training opportunities. This is older news, but they actually had a number of people were interested in cameras and surveillance cameras on our website. We do have a lot of good information on what to look for when you're looking at cameras for illegal dumping surveillance, and some reviews there. Can keep on rolling down the agenda in the interest of time. The Responsible Battery Act, the 2440, it's still undergoing final review. We're waiting for final comments on that. Provided some input into it. There's a link to our comments in there. Also, the embedded battery projects, Doug talked about that a little bit with the battery embedded products. There's been workshops on that, extending it. So trying to look at that. Make sure you contact your local e-waste vendors to find out what they're actually including in the covered battery products, because they're not taking every little thing out there, especially they're not reimbursing for these, even though there's little AirPods that there's a fee when you buy them now for it, but they're covered. You're paying a fee, but they're not being recycled through the e-waste vendors. So planting a seed for the legislative folks, maybe with all that extra money they're getting, there could be grants to local jurisdictions to cover the gap for those things.
They're going to lower the fee. They're going to lower the maximum from $15 to $1.
Would people rather see a lower fee, or would you rather get money to pay for the rest of your e-waste that's not covered? But yeah, they are going to lower the fee for that. Electronic annual reports, those were due. Hopefully everybody got theirs in on time. Otherwise, you're going to get nagged by Cal Recycle to get those in. And again, that's your report card. Make sure you filled it out If you happen to think of something you should have put in there after the fact, talk to your local assistance people about adding that in there because you will be judged on what you wrote in there. The architectural paint recovery program, there was a workshop held on the draft informal regs. I do appreciate Terry from Paint Care reaching out to me on some of the comments that I made. I don't think they were too appreciative on that, but we did have a good discussion about that. The comments that I provided at the public hearing was one, that when Paint Care submits their plan to Cal Recycle for approval, there's nothing written in the regs to allow for a public input into that plan. And there should be an opportunity for that. It should be more formalized. Cal Recycle does it anyway, but it's not a requirement in the regs. The other one I picked on, and probably carry over to all the other stewardship programs, is convenience. They continue to have a guidance, in this case for this, they're proposing a 15-mile radius to determine convenience. And those of you who live in the rural counties, you can't go 15 miles in a straight line. There's rivers and there are mountains in between. And so I actually provided a couple of maps of some of our jurisdictions where it showed an 11-mile radius from one town to another, but 15 miles was about 3 times as long. The other example I used was on the eastern side of the Sierras when you try to go from Inyo County. It's only 100 miles over the mountains, but you can't get there.
If you're a bird, yeah, that's how you get there.
So I think that's something we need to pick up on all they should be using road miles and not straight miles for that. And there's been a lot of resistance to doing that, but I think that's something we ought to keep promoting for that. The GIS systems are intelligent enough, it can be adapted to do that. You don't have to rely on straight line. And let's see. Air Resources Board, turn it over to Stacy for the clean fleets.
Yeah, so just briefly on advanced clean fleets, CARB had proposed some 15-day changes as of our last meeting that would have brought in fleets under contract to local governments, to the requirements that would have considered them part of the local government fleet. There was significant pushback on this idea, particularly doing it through 15-day changes, which are not supposed to make substantive changes to a rule, but just technical fixes. And so the final adopted 15-day changes at CARB modified this requirement to clarify that it was only vehicles that are dispatched by a local or state government entity. So if you have a contracted fleet, let their owner dispatch the trucks. Don't do it yourself. And don't do local governments don't dispatch any contracted fleets, or they will fall under advanced clean fleets. It also makes some changes to implementation dates, pushes things out for local governments as to certain percentages that you have to purchase for your fleets of zero emission vehicles. It's still kind of worthless because you have to contract, and the exemptions are kind of worthless because you have to actually try to purchase the vehicles first and have a purchase contract with a truck provider. And be able to show that the vehicles aren't available before you can get an exemption. So those issues have still not been fixed or addressed. Neither have things like public safety power shutoffs in our communities and what happens to your vehicle fleet there. RCRC has filed a mandate test claim on this regulation. We, as of right now, consider it an unfunded mandate. So we will continue to go through that process with our legal team to get this regulation declared an unfunded mandate. So there you go.
Okay. So the other part of the Air Board, the landfill methane regs, surprisingly enough, they were supposed to be adopted by the Office of Administrative Law by the 13th of August. There hasn't been a formal notice they've been adopted. So assumably they are, and we'll be talking about that this afternoon. But those of you with landfills, and even if you don't have a landfill, the cost of doing monitoring at landfills is going to go up. I've been reaching out to a number of our members to get more details on your systems. Pat Sullivan from SCS will be talking about that late this afternoon on the new regs for that. But I did hear from one county that their consultant said there's not going to be a change in what they do. I find that extremely surprising given the how much extensive regulations are going to be done. So I really question whether the message has gotten out to the consultants enough.
And
But
Larry,
we
this also applies to closed landfills, yes?
This will also apply to closed landfills. Some of the closed landfills, if you're less than 450,000 tons waste in place, you don't have to apply to that. We have a number of landfills that are just over that. And there's a few other tests that go into it that they may get trapped into failing the heat capacity test and surface monitoring, and they may be forced to put in a landfill gas system. And they're going to have to start planning for that now in their budgets and also the documents, because the regs go into effect on January 1st. So there's a lot of things in that component. The temperature monitoring is going to be in there. If you're not monitoring on temperature, that's part of it. There's a lot of different components to that that's going to increase your cost of landfills. And if you don't have a landfill, the cost of the landfill you use is going to go up. And so those costs will be coming your way to consider in rates as well. The other one is the emission inventory. That's one we've talked about, where in addition to the methane, Air Board is going to be requiring testing for all kinds of other toxic hotspots. We're pretty close to finalizing a letter to go to them to explain what we're going to do. There's going to be a few landfills that are going to be tested for this range of different toxic contaminants. The cost to do that for the, I think, 12 landfills we have on the list is about $2 million. That's going to have to be shared by the people that are affected by every landfill that can be affected by this. And I think Neil Road's one of the candidate sites, which is good. One of the disturbing things on that we don't know, and when we had a meeting with the Air Board staff, they couldn't elaborate on, is what landfills are exempt. And even they wouldn't even commit to landfills that were closed pre-regulation historically would be exempt, which is thousands of landfills in California. So we're still trying to make sure there's clarity on which landfills are exempt from that testing. Not that you'd have to test individually, but you'd have to contribute to the fund. So hopefully that's not going to be part of that. And that'll be part of the letter. But Pat will be going into more detail. Don't have all the details yet, but we're going to be creating a pool with the RC, ESJPA folks for that. There's other local government interest in contributing that cost, share the cost of that. How that gets distributed is a question. We're pushing for maybe tons waste in place for that, as opposed to just even dividing it evenly by the number of landfills. That's not fair for the smaller landfills and bigger landfills paying the same cost. So that's yet to be determined. And we have to submit this to the Air Board soon. And also CAPCOA, the air pollution control officers, have to bless this. So there's a lot of work to be done to get this thing approved by early next year. So Pat will be going into more details about that. He's been spearheading the group. Toxics, the Safer Consumer Products continues to add products. They've added microplastics now to the candidate list of chemicals, which means it's going to start listing them. And there's going to be a number of meetings and process for them to see whether that's a material that has to be removed from products. So the end point of a Safer Consumer Products listing is that if the industry can't justify its addition to a product, they have to stop putting that in the products. And so they've marched on a number of lists. Some of the things that are in plastics, the flame retardants and others are on the list. There's a number of acids and bases that are commonly used that are on the list to be looked at. So they're continuing that. They just added another one for a product, triphenyl phosphate in nail products. I'm not sure which nail products that in, but that's also on the list now. That's going to be taken out of products. And surprisingly, nothing else new from them at this point. For the grants, we haven't heard anything back from CalRecycle on our Rural Communities Material Management Strategies report, the former Zero Waste report. It has come in handy that we had a discussion with one of our counties dealing with some dead animals from a facility, and we actually were able to use some of that information in the report to show how to deal with dead animals and renderers. So there is a lot of good information in that. Hopefully we can share the detail at some point. They'll take that report and morph it into something. We'll see what it is. Ongoing grants, we're still continuing with the OPP and the tires and working on getting more tire collection in the counties that we're representing. And I think I mentioned last time, but there is no household hazardous waste grant this year. They used the money that was set aside for that to fund the candidates that didn't get approved before. And they did that without really telling anybody. It was just sort of announced. And so the decision was pre-made. So if you want money, you're going to have to wait till next year out of that and apply.
Yeah, Larry, on the HHW grants, remember they did do cycle 45 and 46 together.
Right.
And so the 46s don't start until about 2 months from now, where they've already been awarded, but they won't do the notice to proceed or anything like that until it's just after October. So, but we have asked CalRecycle, okay, so what's the plan moving forward? Because you now kind of offset it as a reminder for everyone. There used to be the even and odd cycles. So the odds were the large project, the 200 up to $250,000, and then the small projects up to 50,000 or 100,000 if you're a JPA or multi-jurisdictional. So I'm not sure where they're headed with that, whether those small projects are coming back. Those because now they're kind of off cycle too with the numbering.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens with that report back. The greenhouse gas calculator that a couple of our jurisdictions.
I have a question over here. Regarding the used oil payment program, are you guys taking on, for the regional lead that RCRC is taking on, are you guys taking on any additional new participants? And if you are at a later meeting, could we get a presentation added so we can hear what you guys are doing under that regional lead?
Yeah, we could definitely target that for more discussion. We haven't opened it up. We haven't really asked for others, but there's been a few counties that didn't subscribe. Travis actually went through the database and figured out a number of our counties haven't applied for that. Years ago, we used to have more counties. Right now, we have 3. We could add it. Primarily, all we're doing is paying for the oil that's collected at the centers and funding the infrastructure they have locally if they need new equipment. And also the county fair where we're providing freebie items. But years ago, we used to do a lot more looking at siting new locations, putting in new tanks. So it's rather limited on the 3 counties that we have on funding. But yeah, we could definitely get into more detail for that. The greenhouse gas calculator on behalf of Del Norte, Amador, Tuolumne, we've had several meetings. It's quite impressive what Blue Strike Environmental came up with. For those, it's about ready to audition. They offered to do a presentation at our next meeting on what they did with that. There's a lot of little bells and whistles into it, a lot of things you can adjust to sort of get trade-offs on costs and impacts. So definitely, if there's interest, we could have that for next time. And greenhouse gas, hopefully the grants for CalRecycle grants, hopefully Melissa covered it. It's also in the every monthly agenda list that there is a number of them opening up on the grant cycles, particularly the farm and ranch cleanup illegal disposal sites. Those applications are coming up in September and October. And RMDZ loans as well for that. But yeah, there's nothing. It seems to be additional grant funding for SB 1383 projects. That's pretty much over with as far as state funding for that.
As I recall, that came out of the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund.
Right.
And right now there is not only no funding for SB 1383 or any sort of solid waste anything, but there's barely any funding for the programs that they have stipulated to fund now. So it is a fun time for GGRF.
Okay.
In answer to your question, Larry, yes, I think the greenhouse gas calculator would be a great thing for the technical advisory group. Perhaps not. If it's too much to jam into next month, to October, we may be better off just focusing on SB 54. But in general, as a teaser, this tool will help each jurisdiction that can participate with it take a look at different organic management programs and look at the potential repercussions for greenhouse gases, cost, and the other considerations. So I think it will be a useful tool, but it probably deserves its own presentation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to balance between 2 types of organic program, it can give you some of those details. So, and that's it for now.
Thank you very much for filling in the gaps there that we've talked about a lot today. Item E is the highlights of the June through August recycling meetings. There's links within your agenda there. If you want to go back to that, I'll let everybody take a look at that. Item F is other regulatory announcements of issues. We've talked about several, but there's a couple of note here. Stacy, do you want everyone to follow the link?
Yeah, just take a look at those. I think something interesting to call out is the Cali PA Youth Advisory Committee. If you have any young people aged 16 to 20 that you think might be interested in applying for that, applications are open. Youth Advisory Council to advise Cali PA on their policies and what they're doing in the future. I believe my 17-year-old is going to apply. So really good opportunity to kind of get into the nuts and bolts of what they're doing over at Cali PA.
Great, thank you. Item G is agenda suggestions. We've already had a couple. We may have filled the time slot for next time already, but any other member county presentation, volunteer, anything they're looking for, please get to us and we can work further ahead. Need for our next meeting. Yes, thank you. Get it to Stacy, and it's scheduled for October 22nd here. There. Hope I don't have snow yet. Articles of interest are listed here. There's several. I've taken a look at it, a couple of them there, but there's some great pilot programs there. Please take a look at those. The links are included. That brings to the next item, which is our last item, which is adjournment. And because lunch is ready, I hear.
Yep, lunch is ready, but please come back at 1:00 for
Exactly.
TAG, where we're going to talk about landfill methane very in depth. And this is something you'll need to know. So if you're on the Zoom and you want to come back at 1, don't log off, just stay on. We're going to pause the recording and everything, and we'll be back here at 1:00 with Technical Advisory Group.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah. Is he coming online? Yes. So let me get him in. We're gonna get Pat in right now. Yep, Pat's
Excellent.
coming. He's coming.
Got to bring in the talent.
Exactly. Lord knows that's not me.
So to continue on my earlier discussion, since the deadline's short and the regs are sort of approved, kind of almost formal, that we figured better have a really good conversation of what we expect that's going to have to be done for this. And for LMR, it's going to cover a number of the closed sites, open sites. We still have the exemption for the smaller ones. But yeah, there's a lot more that's going to change on it. And you need to get ready for those changes because your budgets are going to be impacted significantly. Still keep asking a lot of folks what the cost is, and a lot of public privates are all trying to figure it out. But some people have quoted that their worst case scenarios look like doubling your landfill gas budget. But there's a lot of steps, and we want to cover what you have to do, some of which you may be doing. If you're not doing temperature monitoring now, that's a big one. You're going to have to be monitoring temperature. And if you go over the magic 131 degrees Fahrenheit, then you're going to have to implement a number of steps. And then if you go over the 145, 146, then you're going to have even more fun to deal with. But I thought we'd bring Pat back. He's been gracious enough to be here a few times. He's also been leading a lot of the industry coalition on this, and also the emission inventory that we'll talk about a bit. But enough of an intro. I'll let Pat take it away. I think he had a few slides he was going to run by. So some of this will be a refresher, but definitely now's the time to pay attention because you got to figure out how much money you have to set aside for this.
Yeah, for sure. Hi, everybody. Thanks, Larry, for the intro. Yeah, I do have slides. Just as a bit of background, I did do a longer webinar on this, and I'm happy to provide. And I'm going to use the slides from that, and I'm happy to provide you guys a copy of that. We also recorded that webinar, so if you really want to listen to me talk for an hour and a half about this LMR rule in detail, you're welcome to I'll give you that link and you guys can view it. It's just a YouTube video of the original presentation that I did for the industry. So, but today I think I just want to go through some of the key highlights, some of the key things that are changing that are going to cost you time, cost you resources, and cost you money in terms of compliance, as well as kind of give you some recommendations on what you could be doing in this interim period the before the regulation takes full effect. So if you don't mind, I'm gonna keep this not in presentation mode, but just keep it in this mode, and hopefully that doesn't bother you too much and that you guys are able to see the screen, because I'm gonna hop around a little bit. I'm not gonna do all 62 slides here in this presentation, but I do want to again highlight some key areas that I think you guys should pay attention to. First, a timeline. I mean, I guess it's old news now, but this kind of repeats all the steps that we've been through. The final rule should be any day now, and the period for the Office of the Administrative Law ended August 13th. We'll keep checking the website. I'm sure it'll get posted very soon. But we understand that it's final and it's going to look exactly like it looked in the draft rulemaking that went out in April, which was really the second of the two rulemaking efforts that they did. The effective date is still going to be January 1, 2027 for the majority of the rule. There are some requirements in the rule that take effect either March 15th, July 1st, or the subsequent January 1st in 2028. Those are clearly spelled out in the rule. So for that provision, it'll say by this date, do X, Y, Z. But if it doesn't say that, then it's January 1, 2027. From what we understand, CARB has said they do plan some workshops after final rule promulgation. I would not wait for those. We know what the rule says. We know what the impacts are. We need to kind of start preparing now. I don't know when those will happen anyways. And anybody that's attended a CARB workshop in the past usually leaves kind of disappointed that they didn't really get the kind of details that would be helpful to them. They also said they will update their guidance document. That's not going to be done by January 1. I can almost guarantee that. So we also can't be waiting on that the update of the guidance document before we start to deal with what needs to happen. I did want to mention, so while the exemptions for what now they term uncontrolled landfills, or landfills that are not subject to the rule, not required to have a gas system, didn't change. And so that's a good thing. They just redefined those landfills and you guys may have some of those in your rural counties group of landfills that were small enough, old enough that didn't trigger the requirements. However, CARB gave themselves a backdoor for which they could require those facilities to get pulled into the rule, even though they didn't meet the other applicability requirements. And that is this concept of remotely detected plumes. As you guys know, there's already satellites out there hovering over the Earth and measuring methane and developing plume maps. You can go on Carbon Mapper and a few of the other websites and see that kind of thing. CARB has their own satellite, and they're going to be doing the same. If a remotely detected plume is identified on your landfill, even if you're not currently subject to the rule, you are required, if they notify you, to go out, follow that up, and see if there's actual exceedances where they show that methane plume. And if you find exceedances, that could allow them to require you to put in a gas system. Also, if they come and do an inspection and they find exceedances. Now, you may be thinking the likelihood that my small rural landfill will get a satellite, fly over. I don't think that's the right word for satellites, but hover over or that they're going to inspect my small site, yeah, the chances are probably low. But it does exist. The avenue does exist for them to pull in otherwise exempted landfills into the regulation, i.e. put a gas system and do the full compliance if the exceedances are found via one or more either of those methods. So I just want to make sure we're aware of that. I don't know what you could do much to prepare for that. It either is going to happen or it isn't. You don't have a gas system, obviously, at these sites, so it's not like you can do anything better. I guess the best I could say is maintain your cover or as good a shape as possible. And that's probably about the best thing you can do, but they did leave them that back door that they could use to potentially cause, currently unregulated exempt landfills to be subject. The other thing I wanted to mention, and I'm going to mention that this is one example, but you'll see this throughout the rule. They have sped up all the time frames when you need to do something. So everything that triggers something by X days, or you have this amount of days, they've shortened those windows. This is an example of their shortening of the window for the time frame to put in a gas system. So if any of you have sites that are maybe on the cusp of triggering the requirements to put in a gas system, or you're going to do so in the next X number of years, you have less time than you had in the past. And that's really going to affect how quickly you do your design and procurements. And obviously you guys are municipalities. So I know those things take time, including securing the funding, but it's a lot tighter than it used to be. It used to be if it's an active site, you had this 18-month window. If you were closed, you had 30-month window, and they've reduced those 18 and 30 down to 12 and 18. That's a short window of time. If you need a new flare, for example, as part of that gas system, some of those are, 40-week, timeframes for procurement. So you're already eating a chunk of your time just waiting for the flare to arrive. And of course, you got to design and order it first, and then you have to have time at the end to install it. So I just wanted to point out that this is not the only place where they've really reduced timetables, but this is one, for those of you that have to put in a gas system in the future, potentially, that just realize how short a time period you have to make that happen. For sites that, and I don't know if any of our rural county sites, Larry, maybe you can help me with this, the early collection requirement. It only applies to obviously active sites, but it has to be sites that accept 200,000 tons of refuse in any of the prior 3 calendar years. So if we're talking about 2027, that would be 2024, 2025, 2026. And that would continue forward into the future. So for your active sites that are subject to the LMR, if any hit that requirement, what this says is as you move into new areas for disposal, you open up a new cell, you have to put collection into that cell a lot earlier, and they mandate how quickly it has to happen, and then under what conditions do you have to set that, actually activate those wells, for example, in that area. So do we think we've got some, rural county sites that would potentially trigger that?
I don't think there's any in the ESJPA side of it, but a couple of our RCRC members are bigger, Monterey, Sonoma, but they probably already have pretty robust systems from what I've seen.
I think the biggest effect here is when you do a lateral expansion, or maybe you've already got the expansion approved, but you're going to permit the next cell of that, expansion area, and you're going to move into that area. So that's all new trash. So you don't have anything in there yet. But in those areas, that's where you'd have to put in the early installation. So This is another one I'm not sure how many of your sites will trigger the more stringent requirement, but CARB has placed a limit on the amount of downtime that you can have per year. It's 240 hours for all sites, and if you are collecting more than the amount of gas noted there, then it's actually only 120 hours per year. Again, I'm not sure, Larry, how many sites. That's quite a bit of gas. It's not a gigantic landfill, but that's certainly at least a medium to large size landfill. But if you have any sites that are generating that amount of gas, and are subject to the rule, then you would have the more stringent 120-hour limit.
Yeah, I don't think we have any in the RCRC side. Let's check with Butte
Okay.
County, and they don't have that there, but.
And that's total collection. So even if you send it off-site, because I know Butte sends gas to one of their off-site plant, this is the total collection from the landfill, not just what you put into your own flare, for example, if you have an energy project. But also, even if you don't trigger today for those sites that are active and still growing, when you do hit this threshold, your allowance will be cut in half. So what does this mean, right? You need to kind of look at where and I'll get into sort of the future thing of, what a good action plan that you should be doing now. But one thing is looking at your downtime. How much downtime do you usually get in a year? And you're going to be
Pat, this is Craig with Butte. I got a question for you about the downtime. Does that include, since we do have a waste energy plant, is that the waste plant or the energy plant and the flare at the same time, or one or the other starts kicking off that 120 hours?
It is for that's for the whole gas system down.
So they both have to be offline.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Okay.
Yeah, if you have redundancy, obviously you're in a better position on this condition because you can revert to your backup device and therefore minimize the amount of total downtime. But let's say you had a major power outage or something that took down the system for an extended window. You can eat into 240 hours pretty quickly if you're down for a few days. So multiply 24 hours by a couple days and you've already taken a chunk of that time. And if you are subject to the 120 limit, that is stringent. So we've had this limit in the Bay Area AQMD jurisdiction for a long time, and it can be problematic. We've had multiple sites that have exceeded the limit and gotten violations for it. And if you end up being in the category where it's cut in half, that can be problematic, particularly if you don't have redundancy. If you have one flare and when that flare goes down, of course, your whole gas system's down, well, then the clock is ticking on you each time you have one of those events.
Are there exceptions for fire? Because we had a fire take our entire system out for longer than 10 days.
Luckily, on that particular one, there was a blanket, allowances issued by the governor for compliance and things like that. But yeah, I think, acts of God and other things are allowances. But gas systems go down. They just do. That's the nature of the system. We'd love to be able to have something that never went down, but it's just not the nature of something that like we have. So it's just going to also mean tracking throughout the year. You've got to be continually tracking it each month and seeing where you're at, see how much you've chewed up of your allowance so that you know what you're up against in subsequent months and as you close out the year. Could you get variance or something? Sure. And we've done that in a few cases where we knew we were going to run out of time because there'd been something catastrophic that we couldn't claim, like a giant wildfire, but if something catastrophic happened at the landfill, something failed and it cut us down for a long time, and we had eaten up our time, and we did go to that air district and get a variance. But that's because we were tracking the time and we realized it's only August and we've already eaten up most of our time. So we went and got a variance, and they were understanding because I'm not saying they're guaranteeing you're going to give it to you. It would depend right on why you had this excess of downtime, and if it was something that really was out of your control versus something they think you could have, you could have resolved. The other thing that's noted here is that obviously you're used to having, flow monitoring devices. You're used to having the temp monitoring on your flares. You actually have to have a pressure monitoring device on the vacuum side of the blower. So for most sites, that means a new piece of equipment that has to be installed and added to whatever kind of data acquisition system that you have there. So that's one that very few sites already had. So I just want to note that that's a new piece of equipment.
And Pat, a question came up from a couple of folks where they have passive vents there and how they have to deal with these requirements on there. And it wasn't quite explicit that I could find.
I guess I need a little more info. So these are sites that are not subject to the rules. You don't have an active collection system that's sending gas to so you're meeting some of the exemption criteria, but
yeah, they're over 450, but they have vents and their heat inputs lower than
capacity is lower.
Yeah.
So
they still should be exempt at this point. But
yeah, they should be exempt. That didn't change, and you're still exempt. I think the only rub would be how would that be could that hurt you somewhere in the context of the that remotely detected plume scenario? And I'd have to go back and look if there's an allowance there that if you're, because the rule recognizes that some sites are venting. I mean, that's how they clarify whether you're considered an uncontrolled or controlled landfill, is if you either have no controls or if you're venting only without methane destruction, then you're considered uncontrolled, at least from the purposes of the rule. So if a satellite saw the methane coming out of those vents and you got alerted to that, what would that mean? Yeah, I don't think the rule really says anything there that we could at least where we could look at the rule language and say, okay, now this is how you interpret it. So yeah, it's kind of an open. Sorry, I don't really have an answer. I think my response to an agency would be, clearly your regulation allows for and contemplates that there be landfills that are venting. So if they're venting and they're allowed to vent by the local air district, et cetera, then that shouldn't be used. You can't consider the vent a surface emission, would be my point.
Yeah, this one in particular, they're venting, they're over 450. Their heat capacity is over 3 significantly a couple times. So now they're on to instantaneous surface monitoring. And if that fails for a couple of 2 years, then they're into gas system. So provided the air board lets them do surface monitoring.
I mean, that's still allowed for sites that are in the venting category, the uncontrolled. And we've had sites that have done it for a couple of years and eventually we did fail and ultimately had to put in gas systems, but it certainly delayed it. But again, in terms of does that vent work against you in terms of any surface emissions? It shouldn't. But you're right, the regulation doesn't in any way address that. Other than mentioning the existence of vented landfills. So at least there's that. They contemplate that such a landfill exists. And by definition, those landfills.
That wasn't yours.
This is Debbie. Oh, I'm sorry. I was going to say, this is Debbie Reagan over at Tuolumne County. Larry's not describing my specific landfill, but I do have a landfill that's more than 450,000 tons in waste in place. It stopped accepting waste in 95. It's been through 2 rounds of closure. That's a whole different story, but it was closed in 2010 with a passive monitoring system, meaning there are 4-inch pipes sticking out of the ground with wind turbines on them. That's the venting system. My most recent semi-annual report that I just signed off on shows no methane coming out. You know, we have 2 probes in waste and 2 probes that are measured at the pipe at the top. And so I don't see methane. Now, one of the things that I'm lacking is I don't have temperature readings. And last I checked with my consultant, he hadn't been doing heat capacity calculations, which I believe I need to
Yeah, you do.
change that. That needs to be done.
That needs to be done, and then you need to confirm whether you're, over that 3 million BTU per hour. And if you aren't, you're under it, then you're still exempt.
Okay.
And it remains, if you're over it, then you would have to go to the surface emission potential exemption, which is where you go out and do the surface emission monitoring, but just for the purpose of maintaining your exemption, meaning you still don't have to comply with anything else in the rule. It's kind of this multi-step process. And if you ultimately fail that, well, then unfortunately you would have to put in a full active system. But since you're
that would be very interesting to try and accomplish on that particular site. But
let's hope that you're small enough and you've been closed for 16 years now. That the heat input capacity is going to be below the threshold, and then obviously it's only going to get lower in the future since you're closed. So that should be the end of it. But if it isn't, yeah, you still have one other exemption opportunity through the surface monitoring, but only if you exceed that 3 million BTU per hour.
Still have to submit the annual report by March 15th every year.
Yep.
If you don't do that, they could take the exemption away from you.
Yeah, we still want to do that.
That is a compliance issue that I will be discussing.
Yeah, that needs to get resolved.
Thanks so much.
Okay. The new thing on the monitoring of control systems is that in the past, the rule only specified that you had to have the temperature monitoring on flares. Now they're making it clear that you need to have, if you have other devices. And I know most of you probably don't have your own engines or turbines, but you might have a developer on site that you've contracted with and they have them. And so you do need to make sure that they're doing what they need to do, because some of their compliance can reflect on you as the landfill owner, because this regulation is specifically landfill owner operators. So if you bring in a third party, whether it's a third party contractor to, just like if you brought in a third party contractor to do your monitoring for you and then they don't do it right, you're liable. Same thing on that third party energy plant. You've got to make sure they do it. So they've got to have temperature monitoring on the exhaust for their devices. So I know a few of you have some enhanced engines and probably not any turbines, because usually they only put the turbines in the larger landfills. There might be one site, I think, that has some micro turbines, but this is a new one. Okay. 2 new plans that you have to prepare. A new plan for component leak monitoring, and then a new plan for the cover integrity monitoring. You already do this monitoring. They just wanted to formalize the plans. And those are due. Those have July 1 deadlines next year. So it's kind of basically taking what the rule requires, what you already do, and putting it into a formal plan. Okay. The rule has always required us to monitor our wells for pressure and maintain a negative pressure vacuum on the well. So that's been in the LMR. That's not changing. But the things that they changed and the allowances of when you can have positive pressure, those haven't changed either. What they've done though is this was one of the requirements. If you had a decommissioned well, you didn't have to meet the positive pressure requirements, but they never defined what a decommissioned well is. Now they have. And they've now defined it as a permanent decommissioned well. So really what we've always called abandoned wells when you abandon a well. We usually use decommissioning for the temporary wells that were temporarily taken offline. Unfortunately now, what does that mean for the wells that you take offline temporarily? It doesn't appear that those now have any sort of allowance to have positive pressure unless you can make a case that you took it offline because of subsurface fire issues, or elevated temps. So you still retain that flexibility, but other flexibility you might have just used to take wells on and offline kind of been reduced. The second thing is they created a whole criteria of what you have to go through to prove and get allowance to take wells offline. My advice to you is if you've got some wells that are just not really that functional, yeah, you've been taking them offline a lot, they're not really drawing a lot of gas, get them offline completely now. Decommission them, abandon them now. Because now you can do it without much fanfare and without having to get approval. If you wait till January 1, you got to go through this process if you want to decommission a well. So this is the good time in the next few months to clean up your system. I review probably hundreds of landfill air compliance reports every year. And every one of them, I see batches of wells that, yeah, this well's been temporarily decommissioned for the past 5 years. I can pretty much guarantee if you haven't needed it in the past 5 years, you're probably not going to need it. And you just might want to just get it out of the system completely now while it's easier than wait till later and then you have to get approval.
This is Craig with Butte again. What about Vadozone wells? Do they also need that pressure vacuum?
No. So if it's outside of waste, they're not regulated.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, probably the biggest thing is in the LMR round 1, we negotiated out the temperature requirements because they were originally in the federal regs, and we thought we had quite a coup. We did. Fortunately, that coup is over, and it's back. And basically what they did is they pulled in a lot of the new federal requirements into the LMR, but it makes it applicable to sites, all the sites subject to the LMR, not just the ones that are also subject to federal rules. So the compliance temperature, the temperature at which a well would be deemed to be out of compliance is 145. However, as you'll see, there's requirements for additional monitoring you have to do, and those start at 131. But from an official compliance standpoint, 145 is the compliance temperature. Before I get into those, I did want to note that they also put limits on how many wells you can have offline and how long you can have them offline. Basically, they pulled this language from the Bay Area's Air District's rule. And it limits the number of wells you can have offline simultaneously. It defined what offline means, 24 hours, and then includes additional notifications that you have to do. So just be clear, in addition to the decommissioning requirements, if you just want to take a well offline temporarily, you've got a bunch of extra steps you have to do now. So I'm going to just quickly mention this, but I'm not going to go into detail because it's its own animal. But I could see where this would apply to some of the smaller, older closed sites that are in the rural counties group. If you have a landfill and you think you meet the criteria to, turn off your system. You have a gas system and been complying with the rule, but you've been closed now for a lot longer. Your gas flows are way down. You think you can meet it. They have a whole new requirement in here. First step is you have to go to semi-continuous operation, and you have a whole bunch of steps that you have to go through. And then there's another set of requirements, which again, I'm not going to get into detail on, if you want to actually physically take that system offline completely. So all of you are probably going to get to that point at some point. Some maybe are closer to that, but just recognize it got a lot harder. There's a lot of hoops to jump through. So I guess I would suggest, if you're thinking you're getting close to maybe wanting to consider this, let's dig into the regulation, make sure you can meet all the criteria, because if you can't meet it and you're not willing to do particularly if you're not, haven't done all these additional assessments they're requiring, recognize that you're just not going to be able to do it. It's a lot harder than it used to be to get approval for that, both for the less than continuous or semi-continuous, and even more so if you want to take the system offline completely. Two of those requirements that you would have to do are here. And these are completely new concepts, this collection system assessment and cover integrity assessment. And you'll see these throughout the regulation, that they're triggered by different requirements in the regulation. This is one of the places that they're triggered, but there's other places too. So I wanted to highlight that, and then I'm going to kind of describe for you what does that include. So any instance where you are required to do a collection system assessment, this is what you have to do. Evaluate wellhead data for the previous 12 months, physically inspect the system, evaluate unusual changes in flow rate, gas composition, look for damage to any of the wells or wellheads, etc. If you find something, you've got to correct it. So whenever it says, if this happens, you have to do a collection system assessment, recognize that's what that includes. The second one, and this is even more onerous, is the cover integrity assessment. Now, this is different than the monthly cover integrity inspections. That's just when you walk around the landfill and you look for cracks and other things. This is a much more substantial investigation. You have to measure, when this is triggered, for the area that they tell you have to do it, and I'll get into that in a minute, you have to measure the thickness of the cover, unless it's final cover, and do it once every 12 months. So if you did it once and then you trigger it 6 months from now, you can continue to rely on the one that you did 6 months earlier. But you have to measure the cover thickness, and then you have to do one of the following below. You have to take 3 samples per acre of your soil and do the classification. This is for permeability levels. You have to do a gas profile. So you would have to put a probe into the landfill and measure these concentrations of these things also on a 3 locations per acre, or you'd have to measure hydraulic conductivity. That's a huge hassle. And we've got, a few of our sites have actually gotten budgets from some of the firms that do this type of work, kind of geophysical, kind of geotechnical type work, and it's pretty expensive. So clearly this is one of those. And if you find deficiencies based on these parameters, you have to do one or more of the following. So obviously you repair it is one thing, but if you have daily cover and you find these issues, you could have to replace ADC with soil cover or replace soil cover with intermediate cover. If it's on an intermediate cover where you probably find these problems, you might have to increase the side thickness of the intermediate cover, and prove that it meets these other criteria. And then if you find, issues with the final cover, you may have to do final cover repairs in accordance with Title 27. So this is really onerous. We tried to keep this out of the regulation. Part of it was like you're crossing way over into Title 27 now. Basically, you're pulling things that should be left in Title 27 into an air rule, but unfortunately that did not happen. So as we go through the rest of these things and I highlight some of the stuff, note that every time it says cover integrity assessment and it tells you how big of an area you have to do it, remember what you're doing and how extensive it is. And I think the net of all this is we want to avoid triggering requirements that subsequently trigger these additional things because they're pretty substantial. Okay. Some of your sites, and I think it's true of particularly some of the older closed sites. I know some that got alternatives approved under the LMR. If that's occurred, you have to resubmit those by July of 2027. You have to submit whatever documentation you submitted to get that alternative approved, and then the approval letter from the agency. CARB gets to re-review it, and they could take it away. So past approvals can get taken away under this, or they can ask for additional information or ask you to do more things to justify it. If you don't submit it to get re-reviewed and reapproved, it's invalidated on January 1st, 2028. So this is really shitty. Pardon my French. We work pretty hard to get alternatives approved by them and by air districts, and for them just to say they can re-review it after the fact and then take it away is pretty bad. But unfortunately, that's what it says. They believe that industry snuck some fast ones by certain districts and things and got things approved that they don't think should be approved. This one bugs me a lot, as you can tell. That's just, and I know a few sites that are probably in the rural counties group that got some pretty flexible alternatives approved. I can't see everybody in the room, but I know if one of the old site for Fresno County, Tulare, and a few others that got things approved that were pretty good. And to have to go back and allow those to be re-reviewed is that really sucks because we worked hard to get to where we got and felt pretty good about it. And now, I don't want to be totally negative that they're going to take everything away, but you're going to have to go back through this process. Ted.
Yeah, well, our Del Norte has a similar sort of thing. We have an alternative cover design that was approved. We have passive gas venting. We're below the 450 grand tons in place, so I think we'll be okay.
You're okay.
But, yeah, the prospect that we would CARB could review this and then change our cover design is that's just kind of mind blowing because that would just have such far-reaching repercussions.
Yeah. That whole cover integrity assessment thing and the potentially forcing you to a higher level of cover, they have no business getting involved with the cover requirements in that way. Permeability tests, I mean, come on, that should not have been in their purvey, but unfortunately it is. But this one I just wanted to highlight, and definitely I just had a call earlier this morning with a client and of course the people who are now working on that site have all changed. And of course he says to me, "Oh, we don't have any of those. We're good." And I'm like, "Yes, you do." Because I did it and I had to go back to like 2015 or something. And I said, "You do have it." So maybe you weren't personally involved with that back then, but remember, this goes back to 2009 when the reg first came out. And then it took effect in 2010. And we were doing alternatives probably in that next 5-year window with CARB and then sometimes with air districts. So even if you've only been working at the site for a short period of time, recognize you may have something in your files. So whether you go dig in your files or if you can go, track down the consultant that you're working with, just make sure because if you don't submit it, you lose it by default. So just recognize that. Okay. This is a big one. And this is one everybody should go back. So these are sites that are fully subject to the rule and you're doing the surface monitoring under the rule. In the past, there was an exemption for dangerous areas. If you could designate that an area was dangerous and i.e. unsafe, you didn't have to monitor that area, and that was it. All you had to do was document why it was dangerous, and that was good. That's gone on January 1st. You can still designate those areas as unsafe to walk, but you have to monitor them now, just with a different technology. So you're obviously it's dangerous for a technician to walk in there and do a serpentine path, but you can do a drone flyover. You can use one of the handheld lasers and that covers a larger area. For example, SCS, we have a robot dog that does surface emissions monitoring that can go down steep slopes and things. So there's multiple options for it. But you gotta get that signed up. So what the recommendation is, go look at your surface emission monitoring reports, see where you're monitoring, see what areas you've been excluding. And if you have excluded areas that we've considered dangerous, recognize if you want to continue to include that, you've got to come up with an alternative method and get somebody under contract to do that for you, starting in that first quarter of 2027 when you do that first quarter monitoring. So anyways, I just wanted to point that one out. And then there's the bold things here, just more examples of places where they've either added a new deadline for something or sped things up, where you have to do things faster. And in this case, you got to initiate your corrective action in 5 days and then remonitor in 10. That's new. And you've got to also remonitor additionally on top. So you find an exceedance, now you got to get there in 5 days and start doing some sort of corrective action and within 5 days. You don't have to have it fixed by then, but you got to start. By 10 days, you got to remonitor. And if it's in compliance, you're good, but then you have to monitor 1 month from the initial, sort of as a confirmatory. So just added elements to the rules, some of this pulling in some of the federal requirements. So for some of these things, those of you that are also subject to the federal air rules for landfills, you probably are used to some of this. Not all of it, but some of it. But for those of you that are not subject to the federal and only subject to the state, this will all be new. New notifications that you have to do when you have exceedances, initial notification telling them when you're going to go out to monitor in case they want to come and do it with you. So a lot more paperwork, a lot more times we've got to notify CARB or your district. I'm sure we have many sites within the rural counties group that are closed. And if you're closed and you're fully subject to the rule though, and you're complying with it, and because of successful surface monitoring in the past, you were able to get your monitoring switched to annual, so you only have to do it once a year. That's changing now. Now you have to do it every 3 quarters. So they just made it a little more frequent. So instead of every 4 quarters, every 3 quarters. So more frequent, just got to plan for that. And just recognize they're doing more inspections and more landfills. And while I'm guessing they probably haven't been to too many of the rural county sites and are generally hitting the larger active landfills, I don't doubt that once this new rule comes into effect, that they're probably going to broaden their inspection program. And CARB, EPA, many of the districts, they have their own instruments now, so they come and do their own monitoring. And if they find an exceedance, it will be an NOV that you don't get a chance to fix it and avoid the NOV. If you find it, you fix it in accordance with the rule, it's not an NOV. But if they find it, it is. And that used to be their policy, and we pushed back against it. They just codified it in the regulation. So now that argument's done. There's no more fighting that. It is explicitly in the rule now. If they
What
find-
about if you're in the remonitoring cycle? So you found something, you're fixing it or getting it remonitored, they come out, do a pop inspection and find a similar area right there. Are you exempt and that area used to be?
you are exempt, but just they can be pretty unreasonable. So if it's not exactly in the same location, just be careful. They're not always reasonable about that. But if you can make a strong case, this is the same surface emission issue that you found and are in the process of fixing, yeah, they have to let you finish that. But we had a case at a landfill where we found one exceedance, and we're in the process of fixing it, and they found one nearby, and we said, wait a minute, this area, we're having issues with some of the wells, and we just needed to get the time to get some liquids out of the header and get these wells back in full operating condition. And so to us, it was all part of the same corrective action, but they said, well, no, it's at a different location. So they're pretty unreasonable about that. But in general, the answer is yes, but be careful if it's not right at the exact same location. You guys know they want to issue NOVs. Let's just be real about it. So if they can find an angle, they will. But I just wanted to alert you to that. I don't think the rural county sites, for the most part, are high on their list. Certainly some of you that are a little bit larger, maybe. But I do think this program is going to expand. And I hate to be negative about it, but this has become a big moneymaker for carbon in the air districts. They're getting nice fine amounts from these. I think that's why, it's almost a funding mechanism now for them. So I think this is going to continue, and I think they're going to expand it. This is also a new one. So while they did get rid of a lot of the unsafe area, right? You have to figure out a way to monitor. The one area that remains totally exempt is the working face, but only up to 180 days after initial waste placement in that working face. So that's one of the exemptions from monitoring they've maintained. This is a new one. When you have an exceedance, you don't just come back at that one location. You have to do a 5-foot radius around that location and make sure all of that is in compliance. Also, if you have a closed site that not only got allowance to do annual testing, but you're allowed to reduce the spacing from 25 feet to 100 feet. If you're continuing to do that, you have to offset every subsequent event by 25 feet. You can't do the same exact path every time. You got to shift it over 25 feet the next time you do it. Does that make sense to everybody, what they're asking? Okay. Let's see. Here are some details on the unsafe to walk area, and they've got the limit is if you're taking a point reading with the device, it's 200 ppm. And if you find it over 200, then you've got to go back to that location with normal monitoring and test it. If you're using a drone and the methane reading is being taken from the drone downward, now you're not reading a point at the surface now, you're measuring a column concentration of methane. And for that limit is 50 part per million meters, because that's what the drone's going to measure in. Because again, it's not reading ppm at a fixed location. It's measuring ppm, basically the ppm that's in that column of air between where the drone is hovering down to the ground. So either of those trigger you having to go out with traditional SEM and confirm and remediate. Okay, reoccurring surface emissions. This is one of those, right? Triggers collection of system assessment cover integrity. So this is one I told you when I told you earlier, those two assessments get triggered at different points. This is an example of one. If you have 5 initial exceedances for instantaneous at the same location over a 12-month rolling, or you have 3 for the same grid for integrated in a 12-month rolling, you have to do this. And you have to do it not only in the grid where that issue occurred, you have to do it on all the neighboring grids and all the corner grids. If you lay that out, that's 9 grids. Each grid's 50,000 square feet. So that's about 10 acres. That's a huge amount of area. So go back to that cover integrity requirement where you have to do cover thickness and, permeability, 3 samples per acre. For 10 acres, that's 30 samples, 30 locations you got to go to and do that testing in addition to this additional surface monitoring. So my point here is do not let this happen. The good news is, generally speaking, I think the rural county sites, smaller, closed, older, in some cases, you don't have as many exceedances. So hopefully that's going to work in your favor. But yeah, there's some active sites in the rural counties group, and I read your reports. You do have exceedances each quarter. I've never gone back and checked whether they're all they're in the same locations, but that's something you're going to want to do and go back and see. Am I having trouble with this in the past? And if so, let's get these things cleaned up because I got some areas that I'm struggling with. Why am I struggling with it? Do I need to improve the cover? Do I need to add some wells? Now's the time to do it because if you wait and this gets triggered, you're going to be spending a lot of time and money and effort on these additional assessments and the additional monitoring. And then again, going forward, you need to track this. So if you recognize that you got an integrated exceedance in grid number 5 in first quarter and then again in the second quarter, you can't exceed it again in the next 2 quarters or you will trigger all this. So you need to do everything you can to make sure that grid does not trigger it that next quarter or the one after it, because then you would hit the 3 grids in a 12-month rolling and trigger this additional work. So it's look back and see where you have problem areas and get them fixed. But then once it happens, look forward and make sure you're tracking this. And so you don't let it yourself hit the threshold. Remotely detected plumes, I mentioned earlier, they can do that to even sites that are not currently subject to the rule. If you are subject to the rule and they send you one of these notifications, and I think some of you have gotten them in the past, but in the past they've been voluntary, so it wasn't in the rule. They would send you and say, "Oh, we found a satellite plume over your site. Please tell us what's going on here." In most cases, we'd voluntarily respond. Now there's no voluntary about it. You have to respond. And once you get notified, within 10 days, so you don't get a lot of time, within 10 days, you got to go out and monitor a 600 by 600 foot area centered around the coordinates they give you for the plume. That's about 8 acres. That's a giant area that you now have to additionally monitor on top of all your regular monitoring. So just be clear that, and there's going to be more of this because with CARB having its own satellite, they're going to have a lot more access to satellite data. I'm going to skip over a few things that are just more minor, just in the interest of time. Wellhead monitoring, I want to make sure you've got to be able to do. We've always done methane and pressure, right? You bring your unit, you're always looking at the methane levels. Most cases we are measuring CO2, but as well, because the device does that. It also does oxygen. But you also now oxygen temperature are compliance limits now. You also have to do flow rate, which many wells we don't typically do that. So while it's pretty common to get all the other things during monitoring, we don't. And how are you going to get flow data, monthly flow data from your wellheads? Some wellheads are flow capable. They have the type of wellhead on them that's able to do that. Some aren't. So you have to come up with a methodology to do that. Okay. The positive pressure stuff is the same. So that requirement hasn't changed in terms of the maintaining positive pressure. But there's some additional follow-up that you have to do with deadlines that are laid out here that didn't exist in the old LMR. But here's also another one of these reoccurring things. Reoccurring positive pressures. 3 in a rolling 12-month at the same well. Now you have to, luckily only have to do this on a 200-foot radius, which is about 0.7 acres. But here's all the additional monitoring that comes with that when you hit that reoccurring threshold. So if you're kind of seeing that common theme, that's really what we're talking about. Wellhead temp. I mentioned earlier the compliance limit is 145, but additional monitoring starts at 131. So you're monitoring the wells monthly, wells go over 131, you got to remediate them. But this is what you need to do. Cover integrity assessment within 120 feet of that and collect. So you got to do those 2 assessments. Reduce the oxygen content. If you're over 131 for 60 days, then you have enhanced monitoring, which includes not only the well that you're having the problem with, but any wells within that 200-foot radius. And here's all the things that are included in that enhanced monitoring. Visual observations, monitoring for these parameters. You also have to monitor for carbon monoxide and do downhole temperatures.
Pat, I got a question about the positive pressure wellhead. You go out the month before and you tune it down to 0.1 inches of vacuum negative pressure. The technician comes back the following month and the barometric pressure changes, and now that wellhead is slightly positive. Nothing stops them from recording that reading. Couldn't they crack the well at that point, return it to negative vacuum, and then store the reading so it's not positive pressure?
I mean,
there's nothing that says you have to record it right when you get there. You could.
I mean, I think that's correct. That's kind of the point of the regulation, is to monitor, and when you find an exceedance, correct it. If you're correcting them all and not recording the original out of compliance, then yeah, I don't know if I can tell you to do that. Yeah, I know we have a few clients that say, well, what if I do additional monitoring that's more frequent than the monthly? Can I do an additional event that's not regulated? My answer to that is talk to your lawyer. And you may want to do that under attorney-client privilege so that you can protect that data. But if you're going out to do your regular monthly event and you find an exceedance, you do need, it's an exceedance. And you need to document that and record, and then correct it. And record the original and the fixed number. So anyways, the wellhead temp is a lot more onerous than the positive pressures and all this extra monitoring that it triggers. And then, and if you're over 145, it gets even more extensive. And if it gets to 170, even more. I'm hoping that this is not a problem for too many of your guys' wells. You may have some 131s you've got to deal with now and again. I sure hope you don't have any 145s. If you do, let's talk about it, because that's pretty onerous, and that is a compliance limit. So if you can't meet that and you can't get it back in compliance, that will become a violation. Whereas anything over 131 but below 145, it triggers monitoring, but you're not technically out of compliance unless you don't do all the monitoring. So.
Yeah, I've checked with a number of our counties and nobody's got over 145. There's just a few over 131, but I haven't got them all yet.
I figured. It's pretty unusual. It does happen, but it's pretty unusual. Okay. Well, oxygen. We tried very hard to keep this out. But the 5% oxygen, which we actually was in the original federal rules, we got it taken out of the federal rules. We got it so it wasn't put in the state rule to begin with, but now it's back. So 5% is the limit. If you can't correct it in 15 days, then again, you're triggering those same assessments. And if you have 6 instances in a 12-month period, you trigger this enhanced monitoring as described here. So here's yet another reoccurring set of requirements. Wellhead. So starting in 2028, well, you have to also do these wellhead parameter trend analyses. Anytime you have a well whose temperature changes by more than 20, that's not 20% or 20 degrees F, then you have to do additional monitoring. And if you have an oxygen increase, and this is not by 2%, by 2 percentage points. So, and this is even if the well's in compliance. So if your well's at 2%, but it goes to 4%, and it's still 4% the second month, then you trigger these additional requirements. Again, we tried to get some of these things out of there because they're just, laughable. And then we also there's going to be an annual reporting requirement starting, in 2028 for that wellhead parameter trend analysis. Liquid levels. Okay. Each year, your wells have to have liquid level measurements once a year between January and April, wet season. If you find any wells where the liquid level is covering greater than 50% of the screened interval of the extraction well, then you have to correct it and you have to increase the monitoring. If you find anything that needs to be repaired, you have to repair it or replace it. Once you've gone through two events and you've shown that certain numbers of your wells just don't have issues with liquids, then you can reduce the monitoring as shown. If you have problems with liquids, the only solution really would probably be to put pumps in those wells. And unfortunately, not all wells are capable of taking a pump. So that can be additional headache. We had some sites that were very old, had an old gas system, and they don't have any data. They don't even know how deep their gas wells are, don't have any construction details. The rule obviously didn't contemplate that. Only thing I could think of is maybe putting cameras down the wells and just seeing if you can figure out from that, or maybe making some assumptions that they likely drilled these wells too close to the bottom of the landfill, and but
Is there a variance for free venting while you're sounding those wells?
funny you say that, because that was one of the comments that we made both for the liquid level monitoring as well as that downhole temperature monitoring. Well, it's going to be open. It's the only way to do it. And yeah, I think there's exemptions in terms of the way wellhead criteria, but ultimately, once you put it back into service, you got to make sure it gets back into compliance. All right. You heard a bunch of additional work that has to get done. So obviously the record keeping went way up and the reporting has gotten more stringent. I want to note that there's still an annual report, but obviously that annual report is going to be a lot more significant because it's going to be costly. And those of you that are using consultants for it, yeah, it's going to cost more. It just is. There's a lot more that's going to go in it. On top of it, they have this electronic format they want us to report data in. they've had it in the past and we just said, we're not going to use it. We don't like it. But they've made it mandatory. We don't like it because was no place there to explain anything. It just put data into data fields. And we all know these things aren't black and white. And so we're recommending that you continue to prepare your written reports, but you're also going to have to do this Excel. And then for the Excel file, this electronic file, do the minimum that the file requires, and then use the report to make all the explanations. Also, there's now going to be an additional quarterly monitoring report. I think a lot of you that had quarterly reports done that for your surface monitoring for but you would just include those in the annual report. Now you've got to submit that quarterly, and it also has to include any of the component leak data, the wellhead data, etc. That one's more of a data dump, so that's all that really is required, is the providing the data. Beyond the primary compliance reports, the other things that I just wanted to highlight that I haven't already talked about, there's a new requirement for if you're an annual uncontrolled landfill report, so you fit into that uncontrolled category. It means you're exempt from the regulation, you don't have a gas system, or if you have a gas system, it's venting. Either venting directly to air or it's venting through carbon, for example. You have to do this annual report. So this is in addition to, it's basically an expansion of the heat input capacity, because you've got to continue to include the heat input capacity, but you have to provide this other data. So those of you that are in that boat, please review that requirement and be clear that your annual report got a little more significant too. We have to notify them 15 days before you do any SEM event. And this is just for each initial event. You don't have to notify them for obviously the follow-up, because you don't have 15 days. The only reason I can think of this is they may want to show up at the same time. So I mentioned the remote plume stuff. You have some follow-up requirements on that. And if you've ever got an allowance on your wells to operate at a higher operating value, like if you're one of the sites that are subject to the federal rules, and let's say you got permission to operate your wells at a elevated temperature, you have to submit that now to CARB or the district for them to review. I think that's probably good for all the requirements. Obviously, they changed a bunch of different test methods, and I added some note here on all the different changes to the testing methods. They added some new definitions that didn't exist before. I added those here. I've kind of been alluding to this, but in terms of recommendations, what we're kind of terming it now as a gap analysis. Basically, review where you're at today, where you've been historically compared to the new standards, and identify gaps, areas where you have issues, and kind of come up with a plan to kind of resolve those. Either fix something now so you don't have to deal with it later, start improving the way you're doing certain things. However you track compliance, or whether your consultant does, there's a lot of new timeframes, a lot of shortened timeframes. We really got to sit down and map out all the things you have to do, whether it's a notification, a report, a follow-up monitoring, all with deadlines. I would say the amount of deadlines and deadline changes have probably quadrupled. So it's very significant compared to what you had. So the well downtime stuff, remember I said, if you've got these old wells that are problematic, let's just get rid of them now. We do not want to be dealing with them later. They're much more problematic. Ted.
Yeah, I'm just wondering about who the agency that's actually looking over these requirements. Would that be CARB, or the Air Quality Management District, or the Regional Water Quality Control Board?
It's CARB until and unless a district signs a memorandum of understanding that they are allowed to manage the program in that district. That doesn't mean CARB can't get involved, because they do. Even today, there's districts that have authority to implement the program, but CARB still shows up for inspection. So CARB's not out of the loop. And what we've discovered is even when a district has that discretion, they always refer to CARB if, for example, if you want to get an alternative approved or you want interpretation, they always defer it over to CARB anyway. So while your district may be your primary entity you're dealing with day to day, CARB is always out there, and they get copies of the submittals that you do. So
Okay.
there's a place on the CARB's website where they list the districts that have a MOU. And Larry, I remember this issue came up in our comments because we wanted them,
Yeah.
the rule was changing so much, they needed to re-up all those MOUs with all the districts, and that we didn't think the timeline should start for compliance until that happened. I know they ignored us on that, but do we think all the old MOUs still are effective even with this completely revamped rule?
Yeah, I don't think they are. And that was a lot of discussions in the meetings. And if your air district did have an MOU with CARB, they're going to have to renew that. And the last I heard, most of them aren't going to have them renewed in time. And there's been a lot of discussions over the funding and who's getting funding. And so at this point, it's expected that on January 1st, CARB is going to be the enforcement agency for this and not the local air districts.
Okay.
Well, so the reason why I asked that is that we've had very few dealings with CARB with respect to our landfill, pretty much none, and very few dealings with the air quality management district. So the message I'm getting from you is that we really should try to get ahead of this, but we're getting ahead of this for regulatory agencies we haven't heard from in years. So,
well, I mean, I think Ted, from what I recall from our earlier discussion, you may still be exempt under the rule, and you just have to make sure you're doing all the steps that you need to do to maintain that exemption. So that's a lot less than, for example, Craig's site, which is fully subject to the LMR. He's gonna have to do all this new stuff and be dealing directly with CARB. And I can guarantee you the Butte County AQMD is not going to bother to get an MOU in place. The big districts probably will go for that eventually because they like control and want to be in control. So that, but I guess we'll see that. But it sounds like on day one, it's CARB now on day one. Yeah. And we'll have to keep track as individual districts get their updated or new MOUs in place.
I'd encourage you to check with your air district. But Ted, you said you're less than 450,000 tons waste in place, right?
We are.
Yeah. So yeah, you're still exempt, and we're monitoring that for changes that we don't know if you're going to be covered or not under the emission inventory that we'll talk about. But yeah, right now you're exempt from LMR, provided you don't have a gas problem.
Right.
Right. I appreciate that. I just was largely asking the question for other jurisdictions, and we often hear from our overseeing regulatory agencies that we have this thing coming up, and I'm getting this more from you than from them. So I just wanted to make sure everybody, had a common sense of urgency and how to gauge that for their circumstance.
Yeah, reaching out to the district and seeing where they're at, maybe even asking if they're planning to seek an MOU for under the revised regulation and when that might happen. I can link you to the website where the current MOUs, but as Larry said, those are effectively null and void now starting January 1. So it would really be whether a district really wants to re-up that MOU with CARB and take that leadership. And it's going to be Bay Area, South Coast, maybe San Joaquin, probably Sacramento, probably San Diego. After that, others don't have staffing, funding, and we have heard that CARB has heard from many districts that they don't plan to do it because of funding and staffing issues, and so CARB is staffing up. I've even seen some ads like on LinkedIn and others where they're seeking staff. And when I dig into it, I can see it's for the landfill program. So, so it sounds like CARB is staffing up, recognizing they're going to be doing probably more work.
I don't know if there's anything explicit that the locals are not still covered, but that was all the conversations we had, is that they have to apply.
Okay. I already mentioned the past approvals. Just go back in your files to make sure you're not missing something. If you've been at your landfill for 30 years and you know everything, great. But I know people have changed. And like I said, I've already had one example where I knew more than they did about what they had. And just don't miss anything. Because again, if you miss it, you don't resubmit it, it's gone January 1st, 2028.
Pat, it's Craig. I got another follow-up question for you on the when you were talking about new waste in place on new modules or cells. Do you have to put verticals in that 30-foot waste mass, or can it be a horizontal?
That was one area we had a little success, Craig. Originally, they were specifying exactly the type of controls. Now it's whatever you think your engineer thinks is best. No, it doesn't have to be vertical. It could be horizontals. It could be a gabion. It could be, you could have a gas collection layer associated with your lining system. You could connect to the LCRS and pull from that. You have to have something. And then
Thank you.
You have to have it in place in that 180-day window, but you don't have to turn it on yet unless it meets the criteria for turning it on. And we pushed on that too, because we said some places particularly the really dry climates, there's not anything being generated in that first 180-day window. So we're not going to start pulling air into our landfill and into our gas system. So they added some provisions of once there's a buildup of methane and pressure, only after that point do you have to turn it on. But it has to be connected and established in that window. And you do that anyways, right? If you're putting in a horizontal, you're obviously going to lay that down as you're filling. I mean, you can put a vertical if you want, but you might not want to do that. The big thing to me is the wellheads. You just really look at your past well data and see where you have issues. I got a feeling there's definitely going to be some sites with oxygen problems. That's the most common. Sounds like, Larry, there was just a handful of 131 temp issues. But on the positive pressure, if you just have some wells that are constantly going in and out, where you just don't quite have enough vacuum there, or, make some decisions. Either, if you improve that vacuum to that well, make sure it can stay positive on a consistent basis so you don't have reoccurring issues. Or if you discover that the reason the well keeps going positive and you got the valve at minimum valve setting because there's not much gas there anyways, maybe just get rid of that well. And if you're going to do that, get rid of it before January 1st. So make some decisions on wells. Gas mover, right? You got limits on the downtime. Go back and look at how many hours you've been down in the past years and the reasons for that downtime, and see if you think you're gonna have a problem. And if you are, what are you gonna do about it? What is the issue? Is it a power issue? And do you need some backup power, at least a battery backup that could give you some additional life? Obviously, a backup generator is a significant expense. Would you consider any redundancy? Obviously, that's a big expense because now you're talking about an additional blower or additional flare, but that's in one of the other ways to alleviate downtime. Or do you just have some chronic issues with your flare and you just need to make some adjustments? Are you constantly getting low temp shutdowns or something like that? And what's the underlying reason? Do you need to just bring the vendor out and evaluate it and put a little more effort into it? Because those downtimes are going to add up and could cause you compliance issues going forward. So, use this time to get that cleaned up. And clearly, surface emissions are going to be a lot more scrutinized. So if you've got areas that and I'm not going to pull it up and embarrass anybody, but I did a review of all the surface monitoring data I look at, and I kind of looked last few years and just looked at the number of exceedances per quarter. And there are some sites that just need to do a better job. Too many exceedances. And if that resembles you, now's the time to try to get some things done. If you know there's an area that's been problematic, let's get some wells out there, get the piping out there, because those are going to come back to haunt you if you continue to have them going into 2027, and particularly if you trigger those reoccurring requirements. So new equipment. If wellheads where you can monitor flow, if your wellheads cannot currently do that, that pressure monitoring device that's on the main header. If you have engines or turbines or other, power generating devices on landfill gas, that they've got to have temperature monitoring, and if that's a third party player, make sure they're doing it. If you have I don't know if any of you guys have RNG plants that are either in place or happening, but there's some additional requirements for the treatment systems. Generally, I'm guessing most of the rural county sites are a little small for RNG, but maybe there's somebody out there that I'm missing. If you've got some temp issues on the wells, you're over 131, you could trigger the carbon monoxide monitoring. So you got to make sure you have the sampling equipment to do that. That's not just a handheld device. There's going to be a lot of SEM and follow-up SEM and a lot of monitoring. And how are you going to manage that between your own staff and your contractor staff, and make sure collectively have got it covered. And I know it's expensive, but for some of the follow-up monitoring, and it might be worth having your own equipment so that you can at least do some of the monitoring. You may not want to walk 200 acres of your landfill and do the full monitoring, but SCS would be glad to have you keep hiring us to come back out, but it's going to get pretty expensive if we have to come out for everything. And there's just going to be a lot more of that sort of non-routine follow-up monitoring. So you got to figure out a plan for that. Also, make sure you got spare parts and things for everything you need. If you commonly have a problem with your, thermocouple or your fire eye or some of the other components of the flare, have spare parts. Because as anybody that knows these days, you got to order something, it doesn't come very fast. And if during that window where you're waiting on it, the system's down, you're going to rack up a lot of downtime against your limit. So you make sure you have some of those spare parts on site so they can be installed. And then again, make arrangements with contractors that you're going to use for these extra things, whether you can do it yourself, whether you have a contractor do it. In some cases, it won't be the same contractors you're probably using for your current gas. This cover integrity stuff, this is like geotech work. So that's probably not going to be your field guys that are doing your O&M on your gas system. What technology are you going to use for unsafe areas if you have them? And which vendor are you going to connect to for that? Who's going to be tracking all of those new deadlines and timelines and et cetera? And all, et cetera, et cetera. I've got all the bullets here of all this kind of additional monitoring that's all new, and making sure you've got somebody in place to do it, whether it's internal or external. And then how are you going to manage the data? Those of you that, for example, are in the SCS eTool system, we've got a lot of that covered there. But if you're using spreadsheets or other forms or whatever your contractor's using, make sure they get it all updated to include all the new data that's coming in. Make sure for those you have third-party gas plants on site, they have some obligations here. So you got to make sure they're doing it as well. And then budget. Larry mentioned this at the beginning, that it's going to be more expensive starting in 2027 to maintain and monitor your landfills in accordance with the regs. So, all right. I guess any final questions? I know we wanted to have time for the other regulation.
Yeah. And particularly on that previous slide, I think it's Near as I can tell, it's pretty safe to say that nobody's going to be able to not make changes in budgets, plans, their gas system to comply with this. I mean, I don't know of anybody that's 100% compliant now, so everybody's going to have to do something, even if you don't have temperatures over 131.
For sure.
Yeah.
There's a lot more things.
Yeah. I did get that response from one of the counties I mentioned to them earlier, that they said their consultant said there was not going to be any changes.
Good
that
luck.
They had
They must be doing some Uber enhanced program today that if that's true, I doubt it.
or they
There's
didn't read it.
Too many new things,
Yeah.
there's new reports, new notifications, new monitoring, new testing, new equipment. I mean, no, there's nobody, even the sites that I know of that have the most rigorous existing programs don't have all of this in place. I just had a call with the call I was on earlier today was with Waste Management Inc. and they're pretty good. They have a pretty strong program.
Yeah.
Hey, they're like, this is way beyond what they're doing. So yeah, whoever's consultant told them that there's not, they've got it covered. Let's be sure about that. And feel free to reach out if you have any questions, Larry. I've probably just given you all my contact info. I'll, if you've got need a clarification, I can do that for you.
We have a lot of folks online that aren't here that might have questions too.
Okay. Do you want to switch gears into the mission inventory?
Yeah, we can cover that a bit. Some folks are having to leave, but
We do have one hand up.
Oh, we got a hand up.
Yeah, we have a hand up, which is
okay. Let me go back.
Yeah. Go ahead, Kurt.
Okay, I'm on. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Sorry, Pat, I had to miss the middle of your presentation to jump off to another call, so you may have answered this already. One picky little question on your equipment slide there. Do the regs require sounding gas wells for water? So if your wellhead is not compatible or doesn't allow dropping a water sounder down it, would you have to retrofit for that? And then I have a second question about SEM exceedances in that I am aware of some landfills who have gotten SEM exceedances. They're able to put down extra covers, whatever, tweak the well field and correct that specific SEM exceedance within 20 days, 10 days or 20 days. But because the GCCS is basically undersized, it pops out again someplace else fairly quickly. And I think the revisions kind of are trying to close the door on that. Is that correct?
Okay, well, let me take the first one. So there is no current allowance in the reg for you to just say, my wellhead won't allow me to take water level measurements. I suppose you could try to propose an alternative or something, or ask for an exemption. I think the likelihood is low. So my first answer would be, I think you're going to have to, replace your wellheads or make them capable of allowing for liquid level measurements, unless you get approval to not do it, because there's no allowance in there that gives you a break. On the SEM, I mean, really, where that could trip you up, I mean, under the current rules, right? You could have the same exceedance, the same location forever, as long as you keep correcting it. There's no downside, right? Other than the hassle factor. But under the new regs, under the reoccurring, and let me go back to that slide. Reoccurring surface emissions. So if it keeps popping up, if it pops up for instantaneous, it's the same exceedance. So I'd argue if it pops up 20 feet away, that's a different exceedance. So that shouldn't hurt you. If it's really close, 2 feet away, I'm not, the rule doesn't specify. I would say that the rule new monitoring says that during your SEM, when you have an exceedance and you have to go correct it, that makes you do a 5-foot radius around that. So I might use that 5-foot radius since they put it in the rule and say, if it's in the 5-foot radius, CARB probably considers that the same exceedance. So if you have repeat exceedance and it's just within that 5-foot radius of the other one, I might say that's probably the same exceedance. But if it's 20 feet away, if it's, I'm going to say that's different exceedance. I'm not going to tally that and count that as a reoccurring. But if it's integrated, Kurt, it's the whole grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you have repeat integrateds in the same grid and you get 3 of them in a 12-month rolling period, you trigger this very onerous requirement, which I know you've dug into for sites you work on. There's nothing you can do about that. So, because that's for the whole grid anyway. So if you've got an area that continually causes problem, but it's also causing the entire grid to go over the 25 ppm, and it does it more than 3 times, or does it 3 times in that 12 months, then yes, you're going to trigger all this extra crap. And as I explained earlier to everybody, this extra crap, this collection of system assessment and cover integrity has to be done on 9 grids, so 10 acres. That's a huge area to go out and do, soil permeability and cover thickness analysis, 3 samples per acre times 10 acres, 30. I mean, it's, I think you got somebody, you actually had somebody do a cost estimate for that, I think, for a site, Kurt, and it was a huge amount of money every time we triggered it.
Yeah.
So we want to avoid that like the freaking plague. So do whatever you can to not have to trigger, because this is the worst one of all of them, because it's the largest area where this is all triggered. So.
And for a closed landfill, when you don't have people and equipment on site, it's huge. It's the pain in the rear factor is also huge, besides the money factor.
And as I said earlier, it's not likely going to not be your site people aren't going to be able to do it. And the normal gas consultant, gas O&M consultant, that's not what they do. You're going to have this is going to be somebody else you're going to have to add to your team to do this cover integrity stuff. So do everything you can to avoid it. So.
Thank you.
Anybody else? Okay, well, I'll quickly go through the inventory stuff. Sounds like some people had to leave, but so 2020 and 2022 regs were changed. The new CTR was developed, which is the reporting of criteria pollutants and toxic air contaminants, CTR, and then EICG, that's the guidance. That tells you how to do it. Major revisions. And as part of those revisions, it requires emission inventorying for a broad number of sites. That data is going to be used under multiple programs, under the greenhouse gas program, under the community air program, under the AB 2588 toxic hotspots. So the data is being collected for multiple regulatory purposes using this kind of consolidated set of regulations and guidance to do it. Within that guidance, they define which facilities are subject to these new reporting requirements. You might say, well, emission inventorying and AB 25, those have been around for a long time. Aren't I already complying? The answer is yes. But up till now, it was totally up to the air districts and how they did it. And I give you a few examples of some of the large districts and how they handled it. And in some cases, people were doing it and you didn't even know you were doing it. So those of you, I know I've got some of you in the San Joaquin Valley Air District, you probably fill out that form every year where you give like throughput information and, waste disposal information. They use that to calculate your emission inventories, and that's how they determine your fees. So they've been doing it for you effectively, annually. You didn't, in some cases, you probably didn't realize that's what was happening, and that data is out there. But what's changed is They've increased the stringency of the requirements. They've added a whole bunch of new pollutants that have to be reported and completely revamped the program. And that will require additional work. And I'm not going to go through this, but it goes through the typical applicability thresholds. Some of you may trigger this threshold. Some of you may trigger this threshold. A couple of you may trigger the CO threshold, but it's these activity levels that I'm going to go into in a minute that potentially trigger, and maybe I should highlight that, bold that. Those are the ones that are going to trigger the vast majority of the landfills. And I'll show you in a minute why. So the schedule was, for certain facilities, they had to report already, because the first reporting year under this new program was 2022. And depending on which phase you're in, et cetera, would determine when your reports are due. Well, here's the grouping. Thankfully, we are in Sector 3B. So our first reporting year under this program is 2028. 2028 emissions reported in 2029. So you may say, okay, well, that's great. I'm not going to do anything until 2028. Well, the ability to get that delay, additional time, came at a price. And that price was landfills and other waste management facilities like composting were put into a category that required additional requirements that we had to do. And basically, it is effectively a horse trade. We got more time, we had to commit to do more stuff. And this is the more stuff that we committed to, the so-called two-step process. And I'm not going to read all this to you. I'll give these handouts as well. Basically, the two steps are, first step is you have to go out and test representative number of your facilities, in this case, landfills, to see what is present in the landfill gas. So just presence of chemicals using the CARB's long list of potential chemicals. And then in step 2, you actually do emissions testing, determine emission factors, and then subsequently use those emission factors in reporting. Here's what the regulation says about testing for landfills, that in your active areas, final covered areas, that you must test in accordance with this protocol. That protocol actually says that by default, you could use do flux chamber testing for step 2, but you can propose alternative methods. So what landfills are subject to this two-step process? Unfortunately, it's not very clear. The activity level is this. Unfortunately, those are really low thresholds. A pound a year of benzene or vinyl chloride. The problem is most facilities have no idea whether they trigger that. If you have a permit from your local district, you are in. So if you have a permit from the district, you're in. If you don't, then only if you're above those thresholds. But I should say A, above those thresholds in A. But again, how do you know that? And I'll get into a minute on what we're proposing to CARB, how we're going to determine that. We think it's a large number of landfills, so does CARB. We've estimated it could be as many as 250 landfills. It could be more. But that's where we're at. This is the timeline on the regulations. It starts with the initial submittal of a plan for step 1. Then we get approval. Then we submit a protocol for step 2, gets approved, then we implement it. That's all got to get done prior to August of 2028, because in August of 2028, we've got to take the results of the step 2 testing and put them in a plan on a site-specific basis of how you're going to calculate emissions for your facility using that data. That plan gets submitted to your district, they approve it, and then you do that inventory and submit it and that's the final due date. So all of these steps, the industry is required to do this thing on a pooled basis, meaning you do it as a collective industry. Once you get to the inventory plan, those are site specific. Each site will do that and work with their local air district. But all the red stuff is done as part of a pooled group for the industry, in this case, landfills. To give you an idea what you would include in these plans, the step one plan, you list the possible pollutants you're going to test for, what sources you're going to test them at, what test methods you're going to use. Are you going to review existing data? You develop that plan, submit it, get it approved, and then you conduct that test and get the results. Then you submit a protocol for step two, which is actual source testing, whether that's flux chamber or something else. You have to list the facilities that are represented by that pooled testing plan. You have to identify the pollutants that you detected in step one that now you have to test for in step two. What methods you're going to use, what facilities you're going to test. Are you going to subcategorize different types of landfills? And then you complete that testing and you develop emission factors from it that then everybody that's listed in that pooled group would use those emission factors. Here's kind of the schedule that we've been under. Everything up through 1 through 6 is done. We have a draft plan for step one. We're finalizing it. We hope to get that in by the beginning of next month. And then starts that timeline that I showed you earlier. That's this item. Initial plan. CARB has 45 days. We're supposed to get district approval, but the regulation did not allow for that. So we have tried to enlist CAPCOA, which is the organization for all the districts, and to act as kind of the reviewing entity to get district approval. And then we have to do all these steps. I've thrown a timeline that I think we have to kind of adhere to make sure we have everything done, because the bold items are the regulatory deadlines. We have to meet those. So again, you may think August 2028 is a long way away, but we have all this work to do before that. So we really need to get going now. So what do we do? What should you do now? Number one, do whatever your air district tells you in terms of your annual emission inventory. So it's business as usual. But come 2028, 2029, you've got to submit that plan for your facility, do the inventory, and submit it all by that April 2029 date. So the big initial step we have to do as an industry to get the step one plan is we're pretty close, but everything after that's going to be tight. So pool testing, it is a requirement that you be part of a pool testing group. At the present time, we believe we're going to keep the whole industry together under step one and do the screening under step one together as a landfill industry. Whereas in step two, we may end up breaking into multiple pool testing group, which is okay. But either way, being in a pooled group, while there is some hassle in terms of cost sharing, getting everybody on the same page, it does save money. And it probably saves time. Why does it save money? Well, because you're going to share the cost. You're not going to test every facility. You're going to test a representative number, but then you share those costs. So obviously we do need to figure out a sharing arrangement that everybody agrees is fair and in a way to collect that money and collectively pay for the testing that has to get done. But in the end, it's better than doing this yourself. Because if you had to do this yourself, number one, you couldn't take advantage of the two-step program and the delay till 2028 if you didn't join a pooled group. So you'd already be late. And two, you'd be spending a lot more money because you have to do all this yourself on your own landfill. So the big uncertainty we have right now is who is subject to it, and particularly in this rural counties group, because you have a lot of smaller closed sites and older sites and, you know, those emission thresholds I know aren't really helpful because I'm guessing many of you don't know whether you emit 1 pound a year of benzene or vinyl chloride. So what we're going to plan to propose to CARB is that if you're a closed site, if you're a pre-regulation site, and you're not subject to the LMR, that you shouldn't be part of this. That we think those sites wouldn't trigger these requirements. Hopefully CARB will agree and give us some ability to draw a line at where applicability stands. Larry, I'm not sure if you've applied those criteria to your all your landfills yet to see how many would show up. But
Yeah, I've got a pretty good list so far of the sites, but yeah, I'm still checking with a few of them on LMR applicability. But yeah, that at least as the proposal goes to the airport, that's what we're proposing is
that's what we're proposing.
if you're exempt from LMR, you're less than 450, and also closed. All of those are exemptions, but
Yeah.
we don't know for sure what they're going to approve.
I think I think this is a closed and then these two are or, right?
Right.
With the caveat that if you do have their district permit, then I think you're in the program. There's nothing we can.
Yeah. Got a lot of faith we're going to win on the pre-regulation and not subject to LMR. The closed ones, I'm not so sure because some of them have gas systems that are extensive. Yeah.
Well, that's why I think this really is an and, because we have
Yeah.
some closed sites that are gigantic. They're never getting out of this.
Right.
So I think it's really closed and pre-regulation, i.e. you closed before subtitle D came into being, or you're not subject to LMR.
Yeah, there's just at least one of the sites I know is trying to stay off the LMR radar. They're into the surface monitoring phase now.
So Ted.
Yeah, the vinyl chloride 1 pound emission limit, that's just air emissions, right? That's
Just
not
air.
liquid emissions.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
just air, landfill gas.
Yeah.
It's not a big number, but some of these sites are really, really small. Some have been closed for a long time. One thing we know about closed landfills is obviously gas generation goes way down. Yeah, they tend to have their final cover of some type, which should reduce emissions. And finally, the gas composition goes down over time. We've got multiple studies that show that. Why? Because for the past X number of years, you haven't been putting any new waste with those contaminants in it. So eventually you deplete the supply of benzene in your landfill. So the long-term trend is, downward for the pollutants. So when you put that all together, that's why we think those sites won't trigger the threshold, but we don't have the data real data to support that. So that's why we're trying to come up with some logical way to have a cutoff.
Yeah, I think those are all good sound arguments why they shouldn't be, but I could see the rebuttal being if you haven't tested for it, how do you know?
Now remember that the CTR, the regulation says only sites that have district permits. But CARB has reminded us that the guidance doesn't have that limit. And so certain programs like AB 2588, which use this data, they don't have a limit that says you have to have a permit. So that put us in a little bit of a limbo. I'm not suggesting anybody should or could do this, but if you don't have a district permit and you think you're pretty small, but CARB won't explicitly give us these exemptions, could you take a position that you just think you're exempt? And frankly, nobody's going to come and bother you anyways, because you're long since closed. The district doesn't even know who you are. And so you're going to say, I don't think I'm going to be subject to this and I'm not going to be part of it. Yes, you could try to make that judgment call. And you might work out okay. But we're trying to get to a point where we define the threshold with CARB so that we have some certainty, because nobody likes being in that kind of limbo.
Yeah. So stay tuned.
Stay tuned. So in reality, what does this look like? So we're going to submit our step one plan, and then there's going to be candidate landfills among different categories that we've kind of agreed to. They're going to go out and test. And what are they going to test? They're going to test the landfill gas for a litany of constituents. The final list of chemicals is to be determined. CARB thinks there's about 580. We're proposing about 160. We'll see where we end up. But there's going to be samples collected and analysis done. And the purpose of step one is solely determine presence or absence. Is that chemical present in landfill gas or not? If it is, it gets carried over to step two. If it isn't, we don't ever look at it again. Once we get to step two, similarly, we'll go out to candidate landfills that are representative of the group. We may have more than one pool testing group. And I know, Larry, you've talked about whether rural counties would be its own pooled group. The major privates for public waste management, they're probably going to do their own group. So, in fact, I'm pretty sure they're going to do their own group. And then that would leave the remaining larger, I guess, municipalities would be potentially a third group, if that's how it plays out. You can do that. As long as you are all in a pool testing group, it doesn't need to be one pool testing group. But within each pool testing group, you'd have to submit a protocol. We'd want all the protocols to still look the same, even though there's three groups, because we can't have people doing different things. Because then what do you think CARB's going to do? They're going to take the most stringent out of everything and make us all do that. So I think we'd stay on top of everybody and make sure everybody's agreement. Even though we're going to do three groups, for example, we're going to have a consistent approach and protocol of how we're going to test. We'll just be testing different landfills. Then in step two, whatever testing method we agree to, let's just assume it's flux chamber testing. We'll go out and do that testing on landfills, to use that to develop emission factors, publish those emission factors. Now, so when that final report gets published for the pooled group that you're part of, so it's the testing data from rural counties group, August 2028 rolls around and you have to submit your inventory plan for XYZ landfill. You're going to take that data from that report, put it into your protocol, your plan, and say, this is how I'm going to calculate emissions from my facility using that data. And then that will go into your local air district, not CARB, for approval. And then by April of the following year, 2029, you would have to implement that plan, calculate those emissions, and submit your emission inventory. That'll all be done on a site-by-site basis, but you would be using the data that was developed from your pool testing group for step two. So a lot of details still to be worked out, but that's the general process. So yes, it will cost money, but it's significantly less money when you're sharing it than if you weren't. Significantly less. So. And Larry, I think you've indicated you guys may have not only, you be in the same pool group, that you might have ability to kind of do funding on a pooled basis within your group. So.
Yeah, we've done it before for other things, so.
Good, because
we just got to work out the parameters.
You guys would, and you guys would have flexibility. The CARB does not need to know how you're sharing the cost.
Yeah.
That's up to you guys and how you figure out what's fair. They just need to know which landfills are in which pooled group and are represented by which protocol, and then subsequent testing. However you guys split the baby up is up to you. So
we'll figure it out.
Yeah. I'm not worried about you guys as much. Your issue is more applicability. You've got a lot of small old sites, bring that out. That's the bigger issue. I feel much more comfortable about you. You know which landfills are in your group and you represent. You've got a place where you can do collective funding. I think you're in good shape in that regard. I'm more worried about the other municipalities that are.
Got a question. So we got an EPA request for Potrero, and we're gathering all this information. And there was 2 wells that we drilled in 24, and July of 24 for compliance. The Tetra Tech didn't do CQA on. They did the design report or the design drawings, but no CQA was done. So I'm wondering if you happen to have the drill logs from those, or if SCS Field Services did the drilling for us.
I don't have them. I would check with SCS, but just for the heck of it, let me
Yeah,
check
send me an
my
email and I'll
old
figure out what
memory
we-
here.
Who is it?
Because we need to get the date they were installed, and right, that's all part of the thing. And I don't have it. We couldn't find anything in the share folder.
Where were they installed, or how were they installed?
Well, they were 80 footers, and I was told they were compliance wells. Tetra Tech did the design drawings, and then no CQA was done because look, it looks like they had to be installed before the 22nd of July and online, and it looks like they were drilled on the 21st, Kurt, of July.
That could be okay. 2024.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Okay.
It's like we're doing site-specific work here, guys.
Let me see what I've got here. I've got some drawings that were done by Tetra Tech. Sounds like you've got that too.
Sounds like we might have to figure this out offline.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, maybe that because
It looks like there were 2 wells that were drilled out by Mod 18 for compliance, probably, maybe for Probe 7. I'm not sure. Maybe we had some SEM hits out there. We had to get something in.
Okay, I've got a proposal here from SCS to drill and complete 2 30-inch diameter LFG extraction wells. Signed by Mike Kalmus and Art Jones. So they installed them.
All right, guys.
So-
but I don't have
Yeah, why don't we
any,
take that one offline a little bit and
Guys, I
work
think
through the
logs
details.
or anything on them.
Yeah, I'll reach out to Mike. The field services group did it, so somebody took it.
I need to get back to the office soon,
Yeah,
and
if
it's
it
still a
helps you any,
45-minute walk. So if somebody
I
could
can
either mute
forward to
Kurt
you
or he
the
can mute himself,
proposal
that would be
that we
really
got.
I'm trying to
appreciated.
figure out. I don't think I have
Yeah,
muted
give me the
ability.
proposal if you could, Kurt. That way I have that, just so I have it for my records. I mean, I have the construction drawings, but
Stacy,
the
can I
final
review?
as-built is what they're going to want.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
let me see.
Sounds like we got to finish
Drillers
that
keep
offline,
their lo-
guys.
Yeah, I think we need to finish that offline, especially because we're right about at time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but stay tuned. We'll bring in a lot more details and working on figuring out how many sites we have to deal with and who's going to be involved in this one. But we'll keep you posted.
Yeah.
Well, if you've got any further questions on either of those, to me, I'm glad to take them. I'm sure you feel like those are 2 big things all happening at once. Yeah. We have asked CARB for more time on the emission inventory. And the reasons we've used is number one, they didn't allow any time for district approval, and that's proving very difficult to get CAPCO and the districts all on the same page.
Yeah.
2, availability of labs and testing companies. Anybody has tried to hire somebody to do a source test at your landfill for your flare or something anytime realizes there's just not a lot of availability. And we're not the only industry that's doing this. You've got the composters, you've got the wastewater guys. So we're all going to be fighting for the same labs and the same source test companies. And, it's just it's going to be an availability thing. And so we didn't get to that topic when we had our last meeting with CAR, but we do need to re-up that issue. And in solidarity with these other industries, we need to push for them to agree to some additional time. Unfortunately, they'd have to change the reg because the final deadlines are in the regulation. So,
Right. Yeah. Fun times ahead.
yeah, this is probably
Really?
the biggest set of new requirements for landfills in quite a long time. So, and it's
Both of them.
really pretty rough.
Greatly appreciate you doing this for us.
Yeah, no problem, guys.
Yeah.
All right.
We'll be talking.
Thank you,
We'll be
Pat.
talking.
Thank
And
you,
I'll
Pat.
send over my slides to you, Larry and Stacy, and you guys can disseminate them.
Yeah, we'll
we
send them
definitely-
out with our follow-up. Yeah.
All right. Sounds good. Take care, everybody.
Thank you,
Thanks,
Pat.
Pat, everybody.
Yeah.
Right. Any other business for the good of the order?
No, I think we've got our topics for next
Yeah,
time.
right.
Maybe for the next 2 meetings. So I think we're good.
Yeah, I think we got the next two because I think SB 54 needs its own and the root tool kind of needs
Yeah.
its own.
Yeah.
All right.
Definitely.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you,
And I
Ted.
I'll see you pretty soon, eh, Stacy? And
You will.
see some of you at CRRA.
Yeah. Thanks.
All right. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, everyone.